Noise filter. Hi guys, today we have a noise filter. Noise, as you already know, is the colored dots that sometimes occur because of the wrong choosing conditions, but sometimes they are created specifically as an artistic effect. And today we'll look at both situations. To begin with, let's try to create noise artificially. This is necessary in cases when you are creating a vintage style photo or want to create a film photo effect. Go into the filter and select the noise, and just choose to edit noise. Since I have a monochromatic option enabled, the noise is black and white, but I can disable it, and then the noise will be colored. Let's zoom in and look at our noise. This is what color noise looks like, and this is what monochrome looks like. We can adjust the amount of the effect with the help of a slider and make the noise just the reactive. For example, like this. I'll set these parameters, and if desired, we can of course reduce the opacity if necessary. But now I think it would be impractical. As you can see, everything is very simple. And now let's move on to the situation where we need to remove the noise. Noise is most often found in scanned photos, especially in old photos. If you look at this photo, in addition to the excessive grayness on the girl's face, we can also see some artifacts on the background. Let's see what we can do about it. If we go into the noise filter, then we can see filters that are called dust and scratches. But first, let's use the median filter. This filter has the similar effect as the blur one. As the radius increases, we blur the planes that contain similar color, and we get this effect. But in fact, in these situations, a filter called dust and scratches is much better suited. By the way, let's make a copy of the layer and choose a filter called dust and scratches. As you can see, there are more settings here. And so, we can choose a more suitable option. It works in the same way as the sharpness. That is, we can edit a radius by increasing the blur, and at the same time, we can increase the threshold and edit sharpness. Choose the option that suits you the most. In this case, we will focus on the face. We'll refine everything else a little later. Well, it seems to me that in this version the face looks better. Okay. And now to remove excessive blur, we'll use a mask. Blur on the background, which removes all scratches and other defects. Doesn't bother us at all, but in order for the photo to look sharp enough, it makes sense to remove, for example, the effect of this layer on the eyes. Therefore, with the help of a black brush, I will do it now. Look, if you take a brush with a non-transparency of 100%, the effect turns out to be quite tough. Therefore, I will slightly reduce the degree of opacity of the brush. So, let's pick up and try to work out the features of the face in this way, so that there is no feeling that we don't have sharpness in the photo. You can also work with hair. The main thing is not to touch the skin, so that we don't have that grain that we had. You can also work with the hand, and perhaps even with a dress, because all these defects on the dress are not visible to the extent that they were visible on the face. That's the picture we got. Let's compare what we had and what we have now. Maybe even a little bit like this. I'll edit a little bit on my face. And in order to make this photo even more expressive, we can, for example, use the levels adjustment layer and move the sliders a little. Choose the most appropriate value. This is what the source image looked like, and this is the result. Maybe it's still possible to refine here. With the help of a white brush, I remove all the excessive transparency on the mask. By the way, if you want to further refine this photo, you can create a composite layer and use tools such as a dodge and burn. Or you can create a new layer filled with 50% gray. Switch to soft light mode and use the dodge and burn tools on it. It looks like this. We choose a 50% gray color. It corresponds to the value 80, 80, 80. That's what it looks like. Fill out the layer with this color, Alt plus backspace. Change blending mode to the soft light. Look, nothing changes here, because 50% gray reflects as transparent in the soft light mode. But if we use the dodge or burn tool on this layer, the color will become darker or lighter, and thus we can emphasize the details that we need. Let's take the dodge tool and try to make the eyes lighter. I take a soft brush. I think it will be more correct, and it will lighten the whites of the eyes a little. Of course, it must be done carefully, because if it is done excessively as I have done now, then of course it won't be good. We can increase the brightness, and we can also take a burn tool and, for example, emphasize the lash line here a little. All this of course must be done very carefully. A little bit maybe the pupils of the eyes. Maybe it's worth walking along the edge or the iris. I try to darken the lips a little. I don't even know if it will be good or not. Well, I'll try to do it a little bit. I'm afraid I overdid it a bit, but I think the principle is clear to you, and you can do it better. Well, you can decide whether to apply this effect or not. I wanted to show you the principle. Well, at the very beginning our photo was like this. And now let's move on to the next example and consider how we can remove color noise. I have such a photo. I made a copy of the layer. Go into the filter, noise, reduce noise. And immediately we already have some settings here. And the effect is visible right away. But still, let's see how it works. Let's put everything on 0. And let's start with a slider called Reduce Color Noise. When we move the slider to the right, the color dots turn black and white. And when the strength increases, blur occurs. It is better visible at 100%. Let's blur as much as possible to completely remove the noise. And then we'll add some sharpness with a sharpen filter. If necessary, we can of course add sharpen details, like that. But this can simultaneously lead to an increase of noise again. Therefore, it is better and better to do this already with the help of a sharpen filter. I will duplicate the layer again, and let's choose the Smart Sharpen. And these are the settings I already have, and I think I will leave them. That's how it all started. And that's how it ended. Of course, it is very difficult to remove the noise completely on such low quality photos, and it's not possible to make this photo flawless. But if there is a little noise in your photo, then with the help of this filter, you can completely cope with it. I think you can easily handle both the addition of noise in this photo and its emphasis on black and white and color photos. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Distortion filters. Hi guys, today's lesson will be devoted to a group of distortion filters, which we will use to create various interesting effects. Before we start talking about filters that allow you to create various distortions, I want to tell you about one very important setting, which is called Convert for Smart Filters. In the case when you use the Convert for Smart Filters option, you can at any time go back to the filter you were working with and adjust its settings. This is similar to the adjustment layers. So let's apply this operation. We agree, and we have an icon, like this, on the layer icon. A whole section will be devoted to the smart object in more detail. In this lesson, we'll just talk about one of the smart object options. There is another way to convert a layer into smart object. Let me explain. You can right-click and select Convert to Smart Object. It will be the same. And let's move on now to the distortion filters. Let's open the filter gallery. We had a distortion section here, but there were only 3 filters in it. So I have the last diffuse glow filter turned on. And here is the one we used for this group. There is also ocean ripple here, which looks like this. And you can change them. And there is a glass. You can change not only the characteristics of its dimensions, but you can also change the texture. For example, it can be blocks, or it may be frosted, or it may be, for example, teeny lens. I like teeny lens. I will just make it bigger. I set such settings. And I'll press OK. And look, when our layer is converted into a smart object, we see below all the information about the filters we have caused. And we can turn off this filter at any time. Secondly, a gallery of filters is right here. It means that the filter is applied from the filter gallery. And you can click on it. The filter will open again, and you can change the settings. For example, I could put some other settings here. Let's leave it as it was. In addition, we have a mask here, by selecting which you can work on it with a brush and, for example, remove the filter actions on some parts of your image. Well, you can of course restore it in the same way. You can clean up somewhere, restore everything as usual somewhere. At the same time, you can return to each of these filters and change its settings individually. This is how smart objects work in relation to filters. Well, as I said, this is not their only task. And let's get back to our filters. As we have already seen, there are only 3 filters from the distortion group in the filter gallery. But in fact, there are more of them. If we go to the filter and select distort, then we can see that there are a lot of filters here. Using these filters, you can make various interesting effects. In particular, you can make very interesting textures. Let's also convert it into a smart object. Convert to a smart object, filter, distort, and apply. Here you see a bunch of all sorts of settings that you can move at your discretion, and you'll have, for example, such an interesting texture. We can close it now and apply some other filter. For example, filter, distort, zigzag. And here we have a completely different picture. We create some compositions like this that can be different. Wherever you like. Well, we click OK. Let's take, for example, ocean ripples. But now it's already being applied on top of the filter that we have, because I haven't turned off an eye. And look, what an interesting effect. What kind of artistic picture have you got? We will not use everything in a row. Then you will choose what you like best and apply the filter that you found most interesting. Well, here you can still look at the example of this image. For example, like this. And the rest of the effects are better to look on the examples of different pictures. Let's move on to them. Here we have such an emotional woman, which we'll work on now. Here I want to draw your attention to the fact that filters can be applied not only to the whole layer, but also to selected areas. And in this case, the filter action applies only to the selected area. But when using the selected areas, you cannot apply smart objects. Let's take the selected area and draw something like that. Now I go into the filter, distort, and I choose pinch. And so, let's reduce our picture, so that we can see how the selected area will change. Look, it can be compressed inwards, or it can be made like this, removing the selection. And now, for example, I want to do something with eyes. I will draw another selected area, like that, and go into the distort pinch filter. So, let's make it so that we can see. And let's try, on the contrary, to do something like this. That is, the actions are the opposite. And that's a caricature. It would be possible to have both, the face and the whole thing, enlarged now. That is, like this. Such a creepy picture turned out, of course. If we compare it with what we had, there was this. Pinch filter is also similar to the spherize filter. Draw something like this. Let's try it. And we'll choose a distort, filter, spherize. And it's working differently here. But it's also cool. So, that is, you can either push the image forward with such a ball, such a lens, or conversely, dipping it back. Well, let's focus on something in the middle. And we move on to the next example. Consider the following filter from this group. It is called shear. Filter distort shear. And if we move this line here, then you can see on the preview how our image can change. Depending on how we bend this line, we can distort our image. It can be quite interesting sometimes. But we'll do it a little differently. We'll not distort the entire image, but we'll distort it through channels. Therefore, we'll cancel the distortion for now. Go into the channels and choose the red channel. Filter, distort, shear, and slightly distort the red channel. For example, like this. Not much. Let's see what we have got. You see, we got such an interesting displays. In principle, this can be done with all channels. This is the effect we got. For example, we can take the green channel and also apply a pinch filter, a shear, and distort it. Well, maybe a little more. Okay, let's see what we have got. Like this. Well, somehow it seems to me it was better without green. So we will leave it as it is. That's how you can get an interesting glitch effect. At the same time, you can edit, of course, some other filters to this image from above and get something else interesting. Surely, you have seen this kind of image, and it might seem that this is the result of a lot of work. But in fact, this effect is achieved quite simply. Let's try to do something similar now. Let's take this panorama of the city and see how the polar coordinates filter works. Filter, distort, polar coordinates. First, I will do it right as it is, in order to make it clear how it works. And look what happens if we apply the filter as it is presented by the software. That is, the image is folded inwards, and it forms such a circle, according to the proportions of the picture itself. In our case, it turned out to be an ellipse, and if we want to get the effect with a building outside, and we have a circle inside, then the picture should be square, and the buildings should be located upside down. Let's put it simply. Let's cancel everything and make the picture square first. Go into Image, Image Size, or press Alt plus Shift plus Ctrl plus I. And now we'll make sure that the height and width are the same. We'll reduce the width. We'll make it the same as the height. And if we don't have a lock here, then, as you remember, the second value doesn't change. Click OK, and we have a square. After unlocking the layer, press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl plus T. Click the right mouse button and select Flip vertically. Press Enter. And now we can calmly apply our polar coordinates filter. By the way, we can enlarge our planet. Of course, this part, which is represented here by water, should be bigger. Click OK. And we get this picture. And here, of course, we can somehow modify the sky, added some other objects. Well, I think that with this, if you wish, you can quite cope on your own. Just in case, I will show you this picture again. You see, here we have such a big earth inside. This could be done by adding an area of water in our picture, and so we got this. But it's also interesting, I think. Or you can delete, put another. In general, there is a place to run wild here. Well, I think there are quite enough examples for today. Let's remember what we reviewed today and talk about homework. So, you can apply the filter or the glass at your discretion and use it, for example in this picture, or take some of your own. And don't forget to use the smart object. The second task is to take this texture and create some of your own based on it. Well, something like I showed you, or maybe you come up with some unique combination of filters. Task number 3, task number 4 is a glitch effect, and task number 5 is the creation of such a planet from the panorama of the city. And we'll talk about filters for a long time. And that's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Render. Hi guys, the render filter group is one of the most spectacular. With these filters, you can create realistic trees, fire, clouds, and fog. If you work in a fantasy style, then you can't work without these filters at all. But they can also be used in other stylistics. Let's take a look. Let's start by creating a realistic fire. To do this, we need to create a new layer. Then we go to the filter, Render, and select Flames. And Photoshop asks us to create a path, because we haven't created a path. Let's create it. To do this, we will need the pen tool. It should be in path mode. And now we'll create this path. For example, I would like to place flames somewhere in this place, and I will probably create a path like this. After that, I go to the filter, Render, and select Flames. And in this case, everything is already working out for me. In the window, you can choose the fire option, one flame tongue, multiple flame tongues. I think that you can look at all this yourself and choose the option that will be most suitable for you. I will stop on this option. We can also adjust our flame here. For example, we can change its width. We can also choose the color of the flame. But I think it's better to just adjust its color using other settings later. Although, we could choose. And for example, we could have a blue flame. I'm not going to do that now. In the advanced settings, we can also work with the flame and see how it will change when the settings are changed. Look, you can make it brighter, or conversely, more transparent, and you can create more complex lines. But it seems to me, yes, even so, maybe it will be a little more interesting if we do something like this. The flame can be aligned along the bottom edge, and you can choose a style. We have now the normal one. There is also a violent. There is also a low flame. I will leave the normal, and the shape of the flames can also be chosen. I'm not going through all the options now. you can do it all yourself. You can also change the order, so you can create a flame to your taste. I agree. The flame is ready, and now I press delete in order to remove the path which we created. It was an auxiliary one, and we won't need it anymore. And let's work with our flame directly in this picture. Of course, we can apply a free transform and, for example, increase or decrease our flame. We can even change its shape. If we click the right mouse button and select deformation, then we'll have the opportunity to arrange the flames as we want. Well, let's say I'll have something like this. Enter. Flame. But now we can already adjust the shades of our flame with the help of adjustment layers. Let's try to apply brightness and contrast. At the same time, the brightness of the whole picture changes. If we want to apply this action only to the flame, I'll remind you that we can press this button here. And in this case, the actions that we apply on the adjustment layer will be applied only to the layer below. So let's say I'll probably stop at these values and apply another adjustment layer, which is called hue and saturation. Here you can experiment and apply different types of adjustment layers. Apply only to the flame. You can increase the saturation and add, for example, more orange shades, probably like this. I think it will be good. And you can also apply vibrance. Well, that's probably how I'll leave it. By the way, you can create many flames, make a big bonfire, duplicate the flame several times, and just change its shape with the help of transformation, leaving the adjustment layer on top so that the flames are identical in color and tone. I think it would be nice to add some fog to this image, and for this we'll create a new layer and apply the render filter to it, which is called clouds. And look, these clouds turned out in the colors that we have. And if we change the blending mode, for example, to the screen, then we'll see how they look. These are the clouds that are almost invisible at the bottom of the image. In principle, clouds can be left like this, but you can try to create other options in a different color scheme. For example, I'll now press the D key to set the black to white colors. I will create another layer. I'll apply the cloud filter. Look, my clouds have turned black and white. I will apply the screen blending mode to make the black color invisible, and I will get clouds like this. In order for my clouds to be larger, I will press Ctrl+T and just simply increase it, achieving the size that I need. For example, I want a large size. So click Enter or use this button. And now we can firstly reduce the opacity and secondly use the layer mask. And on it we can remove the clouds in those places where we don't need them. For example, from above, it seems to me that were quite beautiful clouds that were originally there, and from below we will leave a little bit of this kind of fog around the edges, probably like this, and here on top maybe even a little bit. Here is such an interesting composition we have. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the filters. We have already considered the flare filter, but I would like to focus on it again now, because we applied this filter directly to the layer we were working on, which doesn't allow us to edit it if necessary. In order to get such an opportunity, we need to create a clean layer, fill it with black, press Alt plus Backspace, and go to the filter and select the flare. As you remember, we have different flares here that we can choose, and increase or decrease their size. Let's choose this flare. It has changed. I didn't even choose the place of its position. And we switch blending mode to the screen, and we can move our flare quite calmly as we want. But since we had a strong flare and the image around it stopped being completely black, these edges were formed. For example, I will have a flare located somewhere here, and to remove these edges we just take an ordinary black brush and just paint over the place that we would like to have transparent. That's how I will do it here. In general, the theme of flare is quite well manifested in Photoshop, and there is such an interesting effect called bokeh. It can be created with a maximum filter, but it is from another group. We'll also look at it today. In order to create bokeh, these are such luminous, bright highlights, usually round in shape. We will need image like this. In general, an image with some glowing objects on a dark background is suitable for these purposes. We'll copy this image, Ctrl+C, Let's move on to our cosmic picture, insert it, and now we'll apply a filter that can be partly attributed to the blur filter, because it blurs the light parts of the image. It is in the other group, and it is called the maximum. I won't tell you about the maximum filter, but its effect is completely the opposite. The area of the dark parts of the image increases and blurs. So, the maximum. Here we have the option of roundness and squareness. When choosing a rectangular, we'll get a more angular area, and with roundness, the areas are rounder. Let's assume that we have a suitable value, and click OK. Perhaps it was possible to make more blurry balls. And now we're applying this screen to this layer, in order to make the dark areas transparent. And for example, we can place our highlights somewhere below. Free transform. Here they turned out to be so bright. Reduce the opacity, of course, because it turns out the reactive layer. If desired, you can slightly adjust them into 3 layers, erase some part. I made some more adjustments and set the opacity of the layer with a bokeh of 17%. You may want to make the image a little juicier, and to do this, apply an adjustment layer called Vibrance, or try experimenting with some other adjustment layers. That is, we can edit entities, making the picture even more fantastic. You can remove a little saturation. Well, in general, do as you want, like that. You can do it the whole day. For example, you can also work on the mask. After all, we don't want this effect to be extra. If desired, you can also edit curves and make, for example, this one, or vice versa. In general, I am waiting for your creative solutions on this matter. As usual, we'll recall the original version. And let's take another look at what we did with it. Of course, you cannot limit yourself to the effects that I applied. And perhaps you want to edit some more filters, or make a collage by adding some new elements to this image, just like with the previous one. Today's homework is to create such a fantastic landscape, and also adding fog and fire to this image. I look forward to seeing your work. It seems to me that they may be particularly interesting in this case. Filters of the render group allow you to create lightning effects, which are indistinguishable for effects that occur naturally, as well as create a huge number of realistic trees. Let's try to do it. We'll start with the trees. To do this, we need to go to the filter, render, and select trees, or rather a tree. Now we can choose any tree from the 34 trees that are presented here by the software. There are a variety of trees. There are even such exotic trees as, for example, sakura flowers, or for example, bamboo. Moreover, you can customize all these trees depending on what you want to get. And each time you can get a completely different tree, even if there are trees of the same breed. For example, let's take an oak tree. Firstly, we can adjust a tree, focusing on our image. For example, the direction of light. See where the light falls from in our image. Basically, we'll place this tree and arrange the direction of light so that the tree is illuminated as much as we have illuminated other elements of our collage. For example, I have now set a sufficiently high value for the direction of light, and my tree began to be illuminated on the right. And if I set a lower value, then my tree will be illuminated on the left. In addition, we can adjust the amount of leaves. Thus, our tree can be both summer and winter. For example, I can reduce the number of leaves, or even completely reduce it, and we'll get a tree like this, which is suitable for some kind of illustration of late autumn. You can even completely remove them to 0. Here is such a tree. Maybe you remember, I used images with these trees as a screensaver for the last lesson. It was an oak, but without leaves. Let's see how the size of the leaves can change. That is, we can set large leaves, and we'll have such a magnificent oak. Or we can make the leaves small, and then the oak will look like this. I'll increase the size of the leaves, so that it's somehow prettier. We can also change the height and, for example, the thickness of the branches. And then the software itself will create some kind of tree shape, selected randomly. We can also increase the arrangement and see how the tree changes in this case. That is, we can create an entire oak grove, and all the oaks will be completely different. We can move on to advanced settings. And here we can, for example, change the color of the leaves, making an autumn oak. Well, for example, I will choose some color like this. Here we can also move the slider. Let's say this. We can also change the color of the branches. Now it has such a shade. But if our composition requires a different one, then of course we can also change it, as well as the color of the leaves. You can also work with a shadow, but I still won't do it. And change the contrast of the leaves. Make the branches look like a vector drawing, and choose leaves rotation block, which will lead to such a decorative effect, as if all the leaves are in the frontal plane. It seems to me that this is generally very exciting. Maybe you can make a very beautiful picture using these trees that appeared in Photoshop. But we'll get back to the basics. And now I will choose a tree suitable for our composition. I think it will be willow. Here is such a willow. It's not quite beautiful, because the settings that were used for the oak were applied to it. So we'll do the rest. In order to return the color that we had before in advanced settings, let's try firstly to increase probably the amount of leaves. I will leave the direction of the light as it is, because I would like to put it here. And here it would be just right, if the light falls the way it falls. I will increase the size of the leaves, making it much more sprawling, and change the height of the branches. That's how I will probably make it, so that it leans a little towards the pond. And click OK. Here my wonderful willow appeared. As you can see, this tree is quite stylized. That is, it's not absolutely realistic. Therefore, such trees are more suitable for some kind of fantasy collages. And also, for example, they can be perfectly used to create sketches of landscape design, or finalize some architectural projects. Let's reduce our tree. This is where it will grow. I will make it a little smaller. After all, I didn't get the lighting exactly the way I would like. Therefore, I will now create a new clean layer. Using the eyedropper, I will take a sample of the color of the dark parts of the leaves, and use a soft brush on the new layer, which I pre-switch to the multiply mode. I will edit a little shadows. In the lower part of the tree probably, the opacity of the layer can be made smaller. And now I will edit a little shade, so that the willow matches the lightning of other trees. Well, perhaps we'll leave it like that. In general, you can also make the trunk darker. To do this, you can also take a sample from somewhere. We added a dark color on the trunk. By the way, you can also add shadows a little bit here. Directly draw dark ones with a brush, because of course there must be some kind of shadow under the tree. And I will take another sample from the reflection and add it a little bit here. Of course, it would be possible to make a morph reflection here, but we will not deal with this now. I think that in principle, if you wish, you can make a realistic reflection from this willow, and we will now consider another version of the cloud filter, but a little different. To do this, we need to create a composite layer, and we will create clouds on this layer. Let's go to the render filter and select different clouds. Look at what happens in this case. That is, clouds are created taking into account the image itself. And of course, you can now reduce the opacity. For example, edit a mask and remove these clouds, leaving the most illuminated central part of the image. We created these clouds in order to give our image more drama. Take a look at what we had and what we got as a result of adding clouds. And to make this effect even more expressive, we can edit various lighting sources. We can edit them directly to this image, or we can also try to use the color lookup adjustment layer and create the effect of night. To do this, let's choose a color lookup. Here, among the samples that we have, there are, for example, such options as foggy night, and we have such an effect of the night. Or for example, we have an effect called moonlight. Or for example, we can use, here is another option. You can reduce the opacity. Here, for example, the effect will be like this. If you apply soft light mode to this layer, that's how our image were tinted a little. And now we'll definitely move on to light sources. Let's create another composite layer. Now we'll go to the render filter and select lightning effects. This is a very interesting thing. Take a look right away. By default, I got such an interesting light source. Let's see how it works. Firstly, we have presets, among which you can choose different types of lightning. Well, here for example, a second o'clock spotlight. Across here, a flashlight. By the way, it can be quite interesting, because sometimes when you need to create, for example, a color from a candle, it can look very good. The source of the color is RGB. Triple spotlight. You can choose what you like best, and I choose a soft light bubble in the end. You can take the center and transfer your light source to the place you need, and right here you can move the slider, decrease or increase the intensity of this illumination. You can also, of course, work with the size, and so you can decrease or increase your light source. I will have a light from here. You can adjust the exposure. This is the same thing. that I have just done directly on the circles here. You can edit gloss, metal, but this in general will not be very clearly visible in this image. But gloss implies that there are many surfaces that reflect light, well, next to your lighting object. And when you edit this gloss parameter, the illumination in the environment that you have created will be as realistic as possible. Metal also gives something of this kind, but to be honest, it is difficult to assess it purely visually, and the environment parameter allows you to maximally adapt the light source you created to the illumination that is in your picture. Look at this, I'm edited now, and what I get as a result? Well, there is a real light here. I think it's not worth it. You can also edit a texture. Well, it's not very pretty actually. You can try it. Maybe we get something interesting. The texture works relative to the channels, and its height can be added. And it turns out such a thing. It seems to me that it's not worth adding texture here at all. We have a spotlight, which we get when we connect this button. You can also edit, for example, another point of light source. I pressed it again. I have another one that I can place somewhere else too. To delete the source, I press the right mouse button or select Delete Object, and it is deleted. It was our spotlight. Oh, I accidentally created it again. Delete it again. And you can create, for example, directional light. We choose, and we have added such a light source. Look, we have two of them now, and we can turn off and turn on, like this, one light source. The second light source. This one we can also somehow move. We can increase or decrease, and we can also create a source of infinite light. In this case, such a pin turns out, which we can transfer somewhere even beyond our image. It turns out that everything will be like this, and I'm now turning a leaf some kind of very far away light, but I will turn it off. It seems to me that this is not required in our picture. Delete an object. Let's leave this too, and let's take another look at the lighting effects. First, we can change the color. Now the color is white, but you can make it, for example, yellow. So, look at how my picture was tinted when I changed the color. For comparison, for example, pink color. Maybe even it would be nice to actually edit pink color, or some kind of orange. Well, you see which one you like more. Let's say I agree and click OK. Now I have this color. I can, of course, change its intensity more or less. This can be done like that. It seems to me that it's worth to stretch all this a little. Then I have a very dark picture. Let's do this. And after we apply it all, we pick it up. We can compare the source code here. Compare the result and click OK. By the way, yes, it could all be on a smart object. In this fairy tale world, evening has come. Because before that, the picture looked like this. It was probably a little earlier than that. And we have the sunset hours now. Let's take a closer look at the resulting image. I have another option with a different lighting. In general, each time it may turn out differently, depending on which settings we choose. And of course, this will be your homework. But here you can not only put a willow tree, but maybe edit some other trees, and maybe you want to edit some more characters or objects, or apply some other effects. Please show your creativity as much as possible. I will be only too happy to see what you get as a result. After all, now you already know a lot about Photoshop, and the main thing now is to start using it all, because without using it, you will forget everything very soon. Therefore, try to use the most of your knowledge. In the render filter group, there is another very interesting filter called fibers. For example, you can even create an imitation of water, as in this image, as well as many other effects. Let's take a closer look at this filter. Suppose we want to change the proportions of this image and edit a space at the bottom of this image, so that it fits seamlessly into the entire composition. Let's unlock the layer and change the proportions of the image. You still remember how to do it, I hope. Go into the image, choose the size of the canvas, and I would like to edit 30% the image area at the bottom. I set 130%, since I will only change in height. And I have added the square. I will create another clean layer. I will take a color sample. I will fill a new layer with this color. Let's say this color is fine. It's a little bit different, but I think it will suit us. And now, in order for us to have some interesting texture, we will just use a filter called fibers. But just as in the case of clouds, we will need two colors in order to create these fibers. Since they will be created from the colors that we have chosen as the main ones, I will take some light color and the darker color. I will edit another new layer. Next, the filter Render Fibers. Look, we have such a texture, which is fibers. You can adjust it and make these fibers thicker or conversely almost invisible at all. Suppose we stop at such fibers. By the way, you can choose the randomize and then the fibers will be created randomly. Let's change the location. Free transform, flip 90 degrees, and I will lower it down a little. I will stretch it. I will put it about here. Lower opacity, change the blending mode, I will edit a layer mask. Fill in such a way as to make the transition less noticeable. It turns out something similar to Wellcome, by the way. Quite by accident, although I didn't set this task for myself this time. Next, go to the filter gallery, and I choose this one to give this texture settings. I have 23 and 4, and as a result I got something similar to the earth. I will reduce the opacity a little more to make this transition more natural. In general, I want to say right away that filters are extremely rarely used alone, and it can be quite difficult to get some really interesting effect with a single filter. As a rule, a combination of different filters is used. I have prepared a clean layer in advance, on which we will now apply the effects of fibers. But this time I will need fibers that will be in the range of this photo, so I choose this color. Press Alt. Let's move on to the fibers. Render Fibers. And this time I want to take fibers that are not thick at all. Let's say this. We change the blending mode, stretch the texture in this way. Let's reduce the opacity. And now I will edit a layer mask. I will remove the excess texture on this layer as well. Like that. Let's create a composite layer and apply an oil painting filter to it. Filter styles and choose oil painting. This is a very interesting filter, with which we can achieve imitation of classical painting. And now we will try to use it. So we apply, a window opens. Let's turn on the preview. You can immediately see how the texture has changed. These settings are quite easy, and you can change them depending on your preferences. I am satisfied with the settings. I will focus on such parameters. I promised that we would use several filters, and now we will do it. To do this, we need to make a copy of the background layer, put it at the very top, and we will use another interesting filter called Edge Detection, as a result of which we get this image. We change the blending mode at our discretion. We probably prefer multiply and reduce the opacity a little bit. Look, it adds silhouette to our image. You can try to edit a mask and to clean up this image a little in some places where we don't want it to be partly visible. And if we want to enhance the effect, we can duplicate the layer several times. Well, now, for more expressiveness, I suggest adding lightning effects. After all, you now know how to do it. And I will create another composite layer. And we'll go into Filter, Render Lightning Effects. Let's focus on the face. So I clicked on the edge, and now I am pushing the boundaries of our lightning in order to increase the area of its impact. I'll edit the ambience parameter for greater softness. OK, and now we can simply reduce the opacity, so that this effect is not excessive. You can change the blending mode, for example, to soft light. Then it will be a little more interesting. And this is the result we already have now. And now let's look at the last filter from the render group. It allows you to create frames. It is called the picture frame. This filter is intuitive. I won't talk about it for too long. You can choose from a large number of options some type of frame that you like. And so I settled on this one, number 42. You can choose its color, somehow change it, for example. So change the size. Let me have this narrow frame. Actually, I don't think that a frame is needed for this work, but I want to show you how this filter works. If you took such an option, then you would also have the settings available at the bottom. And so we apply it. So this is our frame. We press Ctrl+T and Shift in order to fit it to our size. I am putting up a frame. I think it's worth making the frame a little darker. So I'll apply a hue and saturation layer specifically to this layer. Don't forget to click on this button. I'll make the frame darker. Let it be something like that. And I think it would be possible to add a styled layer to our frame in order to add a shadow to it. And now I have such settings that I have chosen beforehand. That's it. If you think that the frame is not needed here, then you can disable it. But I think it would be nice if you still got acquainted with this filter. I hope that you have understood how you can create such a frame if necessary. And I will leave the image like this. With the help of filters, you can create a huge number of very different effects. Today we have 2 homework assignments. The first task will be to edit space, and the second task will be to edit photos in vintage style. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Liquify filter. Hi guys, the Liquify filter allows you to edit where you need to edit, remove where you need to remove, make something smaller or bigger. Let's get started. And now we are going to do virtual plastic surgery. Let's apply a Convert for Smart Filters option to our file. Done. And open the Liquify filter. On the left we have the toolbar and the settings on the right. The zoom and the hand are not even worth talking about. I think you obviously understand how they work. So by default there is usually an opacity of 50%. That's why I'll set it now too. And we take the first tool. This is the forward warp tool. It has the shape of a brush. At the top we see its settings, which allow us to do this brush smaller or bigger. For example, it is big, and now it is smaller. And there are also such settings as pressure, density and rate. Now we'll talk about them. Zoom in the girl. I do this by rotating the mouse wheel. Square brackets don't work for me during recording, but you can increase and decrease the size of the brush. Look, I hover the cursor over the girl's body and just move it up. And you can see how we can have a rather thin waist with a slight movement of the hand. Now it looks pretty sloppy for me. It's because of the settings. And right away I want to draw your attention to the fact that we see the silhouette of the body that was before, and it depends on the opacity. If we put it at 100, then we will not see the results of our actions at all, and if we set say to 0, then we will not see the boundaries of what was before. I click Restore All, and everything is restored. Well, let's make a small opacity to see what we are doing. I just gently move what I need to move, and look, if I for example set the density, well, I make it small, let's say 3, and try to do the same. Then I get such a sharp corner. And if I set to 100%, then I get such a smoother line. Thus, we can regulate the degree of exposure. The same goes for pressure. If the pressure is at its maximum, then we have such a strong change. And if you set a smaller pressure, it will take much more movements in order to make the same change. This way we can work more carefully. Well, for example, in this way we can make our girl more slender. So, I'm probably not going to do it like that. Depends on your taste. Let me do something wrong. You can take a reconstruct tool and paint over this place again, and everything will return to its previous state. I want to draw your attention to this point. The change in the background wasn't in fact visible to us. But for example, here in this place we have a rack moving at the same time. See what's going on? That is, even if I remove the opacity now, so that everything can be seen, has clearly changed. But it moved. In order to prevent this from happening, we can use a tool called Freeze Mask. And let's take a tool called Freeze Mask. And I just take it now and paint it over. Here I have red. I paint over things that shouldn't be distorted. So, paint over. Move with the help of the hand tool. Now let's return to the forward warp tool. And we begin to move it. Look, I'm changing the shape and so remains the same as it was. Well, I have some bumps here. It can be fixed with the help of settings. That is, it's all possible to pick up so neatly. Well, I'm not going to do it now. You'll excuse me, so that our lesson is not excessively long. So, after I have done everything, I take a tool called Toe Mask, which is located below, and just erase what I have frozen. As you can see, it didn't change. It remained the same as it was. It is very convenient to use the same option if, for example, you want to make the lower part of the face thinner face, and at the same time not to spoil the neck, or so that doesn't affect the hairstyle in some way. In general, this is a very convenient thing. Another tool that we can use to work with a figure is called push left. So I take the freeze mask. So we freeze everything that we need to leave stationary. We take the push left tool. And we are working along the edge, like this. Look what is going on. And look, I'm just using it along the body, and the pixels are shifting. That is, I don't point the cursor inside, as it was before, but just move along the body. The girl is becoming more and more slender, and then it will be possible to use the toe mask. Look, she has already become more slender. The same can be done at the bottom. Let's see how much we have cleaned up. Look at this, I think that a lot of kilos have already been removed. Let's take the following tool for consideration. It is called pucker. Let's make the brush bigger, and let's work in the stomach area. Look at how everything is being tightened up. I just point the cursor and just try to do it better, and just click. You can change the settings and make the figure more athletic. Of course, the retouching tools here will also help you a lot. Look at this. When working with the pucker tool, everything tightens inwards. If we make a compression, then the forward warp tool squeezes inside, like that. The push left tool simply pushes away when you walk along the line. That is, if we are directing it inward, the same distortion doesn't occur as with the forward warp tool, and the pucker tool kind of pulls everything inside. So, like that. We'll not do this. There is also a tool called bloat. We'll now look at it in more detail on the example of portrait. It allows to make some parts of the body more voluminous. If you suddenly need it, well, you can, for example, increase the lips, or some other parts of the body. I think you can find a use for this tool easily. And I want to show you another way to work with these tools and with other plastic filter tools using an example of a portrait. So I press OK, and look, we have as always formed a mask. And the possibility of returning the plastic filter is also available. At any time, you can go back and change the settings somehow. And let's compare what we had. And that's what we got, although I didn't even try very hard. Let's move on to the portrait. As always, we choose Convert for Smart Filters. We'll go to the plastic filter. To begin with, I'll try to change the shape of the girl's face. I'll take the freeze mask now. I'll paint over so that it doesn't move. I'll freeze these parts here. Okay. Well, let it be like that. You can do it harder. So, let's take the forward warp tool. Let's increase the size of the brush. Slightly move the girl's face to the center, making it thinner. Like that. Let's not do it too much. Well, we'll make it a little thinner after all. After that, of course, we'll unfreeze. Toe mask. You can make the brush bigger, and it will be more convenient. Let's see what we had. Here we have just worked with opacity. As you can see, the face was a little different. Now, for example, we take the forward warp tool. Earlier, we made a high density, so that we get such a line. Well, that's all strong. And now we'll set a small density. We can lower the density a little and pull out in the corner of the eyes. That is, you can not only go inside, but you can also go outside. Look, I'm pulling the corners of my eyes. Well, you can make it smaller. I raise the corners of my eyes. I change the shape of the eyes a little. You can make them a little more open. You can pull out the eyelashes too, by the way. That's it. You can edit a smile. Look how lovely. And that's how you could adjust the image before Creative Cloud 2015 version of Photoshop. But now we have additional settings, which are called Face Aware Liquify. They work when the Face Select tool is active. Look, right away I have an auxiliary element. Let's say, go to the face shape. On the right we have the names of the parts of the face. I can raise or lower, for example, change the height of the chin, one way or another. Change the chin line somehow. Change the width of the face. Look at how the girl is changing. Then I can go, for example, to the eyes. And in the same way, here I can increase their size or decrease, change their height. You can change the width or the tilt of the eye. I won't even do it now, of course. Just remember that there is such a possibility. Similarly, we can make a smile. Look, beautiful. How easy it is. Well, return what we had, and look at what we got as a result. Well, if we want, we can still refine it manually. For example, take the blur tool and, for example, increase something. For some reason, the eye turned out to be smaller. Enlarge the eye or the lips if you want. And we can reduce something with the help of the Parker tool. For example, you can make the nose a little more elegant. Using the forward warp tool, you can, for example, raise your eyebrows. Well, in general, a lot of things can be done. And, for example, it is very convenient to increase the volume of hair or remove it with the push left tool. If I move up, I am increasing the volume. If I move down, I am reducing the volume of hair. On the other hand, on the contrary, if I move down, I increase, and if I move up, I reduce. By the way, there is also a twirl tool. It can help you change the texture of your hair. Look, I press and I get this twisting wave, going clockwise. The higher the speed indicator, the stronger the twisting. If you set it to the maximum, then such an active curve occurs right here. So, if you make it smaller, it will be like this. Or I still have the speed. Then, on the contrary, there will be a very soft wriggle, and you can already do as you like. So, well, for example, I can add waviness to my hair in this way. Well, it's not worth trying too hard, because after all, it worsens the quality of the picture. If you really overdo it, then the image can be of bad quality. If I hold down the Alt key, the rotation will be counterclockwise. Here, for example, on this side, I press the Alt key and create waves like this. The girl is practically turning into a doll. And if you need to create a doll-like appearance, then Liquify tool can be very useful. And of course, it can help you to remove excess body fat and build muscle in men's photo. If you want to make someone look like a bodybuilder, then this tool is perfect for you. By the way, now you see what happened. It was necessary to use 3 masks before working with hair in this area. By the way, I also want to tell you that if suddenly you need to separate some furry animal from the background and you need to somehow restore the texture of the wool, then this can also be done with Liquify filter tools. For example, with the forward warp tool, you can pull out some wool. Or for example, if it's an image of the girl, you can do something like that. So, look, you can pull out like this some hairs. Sometimes it is necessary to emphasize them, like that. If the density is smaller, then hairs will be thinner. And here we have got not very beautiful strand. Well, I don't have special moments in this hair right now, but in general, this can be done in this way. That is, it is possible to make it all very beautiful. Well, I think you have got it all already. Click OK, open Photoshop. Well, look what we had. And our result. I think you'll enjoy working with this filter. I think you'll enjoy this process even. And I am waiting for your work. The first homework assignment will be to make this girl slimmer. And the second homework is to work with the portrait of this girl. That's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Selection of complex objects using channels. Hi guys, let's continue our conversation about channels. And today we will discuss how alpha channel can be used to select complex objects, such as fluffy kittens, or a variety of trees with a lush crown, and of course girls with flowing hair. And if you learn to select this, then you will learn to select everything. Let's try to separate this blonde girl from the background. We can try to do this with the help of the tools that we have studied before. Let's try to do this using channels. We'll go to the channels palette, and let's take a look at our channels. Red looks like this, green like this, and blue. Well, now our task is to create a white silhouette of a girl on a black background, and look at all the channels. You see that red is the most suitable in this situation, but it's not always red, it's just that in this situation. The red channel is best suited for solving this problem. But if, for example, we hadn't a blonde on a dark background, for example a brunette in some bright clothes on a white background, it is quite possible that blue would be more suitable. In general, you should choose channel which allows you to create a silhouette of a girl easily. It can be a white silhouette on a black background, or a black silhouette on a white background. Let's get started. The first thing we need to do is to create a duplicate of the channel that we have chosen. Click the right mouse button and select Create a Duplicate Channel. If we want, we can invert it right away, but in this situation it is not necessary. And if you have a case with a brunette on a white background, then I think this will be just the right solution. Next, we start working with our copy. Turn it on. Turn off the main channel. If a copy is not made, then the information that you have on channel will be lost, and your image will simply be ruined. Let me remind you that we strive to create a white silhouette on a black background. To get this result, we'll use the Levels command Ctrl+L. So, we need a black background. Let's remember how the levels work. Move the slider to the right. Darken. We still have some bright areas, not quite good. We take a black eyedropper and click on them. And now the background has become black. Now it is necessary to make the girl herself light. Not even light, but white. You can move sliders while keeping an eye on the dark background, so that light spots don't appear on it again. So look, from this moment on, light spots are already appearing. So we go back and find such a balance between dark and light, so that the background remains black and the girl becomes light as much as possible, and click OK. So let's zoom in. Let's see what we have here, but still, it suffered a little. If you look closely at all this garbage, it will be seen. Therefore, I should have stopped a little earlier with white areas, with the lightening of the girl, but we'll fix it now. Let's take the burn tool. The range in shadows and the exposure is 100%, and let's go through all these questionable areas. Only it is necessary to do it carefully, especially in areas that approach the hairs, in order not to capture the hairs. So, where else? Well, cleaned up a little. Now we'll make the girl white. To do this, you can use an ordinary white brush, and I press B key and take the brush. I have a white hard brush. I paint over the central part of the girl, leaving only the edges. Theoretically, it would be possible to paint over the edges, but it is very difficult to do it with a brush, and then it will all be visible in the final version. That's why I'm not getting to the edges a little bit, because it's hard to catch them, especially if you're using a mouse and not a tablet. But I'll work out the edges using the dodge tool, hard brush mode, highlights exposure 100%, and we use it along the edges, so that we don't have any black dots like that left. Well, sometimes you can of course switch to the brush. Here we can also paint over. Look, when I use it on the hair, the strands restore and become much more visible, and all these thin strands for the sake of which everything was started, it will now be clearly visible. So, here again I have a problem with light points that I had at the very beginning, so I remove them with the burn tool. There is no need to draw absolutely every hair, because if it remains a little translucent on the contrary, it will even be good. That is, we'll work with a combination of black brush, white brush, dodge and burn tools. I'm cleaning up possible garbage. In general, this is quite painstaking work, which requires a lot of time, but I'm doing it quite superficially now. In general, you can even separate an object that is on a colored background. I have tried to clean all these unnecessary things, at least as far as they are visible. That's the result I got for the most difficult fragment on this hair. Let's see what we have on this side. On this side somehow it seems to me less problematic. Here anyway, this hair will not be visible. It will be unclear. So clean it. Well, that's what we have in the end. And we proceed to creation of a selection. I hold down the Ctrl key and click on the icon of our channel. We have a selected area. We switch to RGB composite channel first, and then go to the layers palette and click on the mask here. And look, our girl has separated from the background. Yes, there are some defects here, but we'll fix them. Let's edit a background here, so that it's more convenient to work. I'll take this landscape and drag it here. In general, it would be better to do the opposite, of course, because it is better to reduce the image than to increase it in terms of quality loss. Maybe we'll blur this background, and then it won't be seen that we have lost something in quality. So, see how it looks like. In principle, it looks good, but there are still small defects. Let's work on them. Click on the mask, and we have its properties. Choose Select and Mask here. So first of all, the Contaminate Colors option should be enabled immediately. Turn on Smart Radius. In principle, you can of course experiment with these settings. In some cases, it can be useful, for example, to feather, and then the edges will look more natural. Look, it have already become a little better. You can edit contrast if needed, maybe shift the edge. This depends on your image. In each case, it is selected very individually. Still, probably we can shift it a little. I am looking at our very difficult side. And still, here some things are still not as perfect as we would like. You can take this brush to refine the edges and go for the most questionable areas in order to correct them a little more. The program does it a little slowly, because the video is being recorded at the same time, and of course this affects. So it is possible to correct here. So let's see where else we have something left. So it is more or less okay here. Click OK. Please note that we are creating a separate layer with the changes we have made. That is, if we don't like them, then we can turn it off and go back and try again. Well, we won't do that. Let's leave it like this. I think that the girl can probably be moved somewhere so that the composition looks better. For example here. In this way, you can select objects that have complex edges. And these include the girls with lush hairstyles, fluffy animals, various trees, as I have already said. Well, perhaps you will come across some other objects. In short, the algorithm is that we have to create a silhouette or the selected object. Most often it is a white silhouette on a black background, but sometimes it is a black silhouette on a white background. Then we create a selected area and a mask in the Layers palette and refine some details on the mask if there is a need to do it. And as a rule, it occurs. I zoomed in on the image to get a better look at the quality of the work done. And note that we still have a difference in tone and in color between the girl and the background. And of course, it is also desirable to work on this with the help of those tools that you already know, with the help of various adjustment layers. You can make the girl look more natural. I think you can handle it. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Hi guys, we will devote today's lesson to studying a filter called a camera raw. This word implies, in our case, a raw file. This is let's continue our conversation about the wonderful camera raw filter. We will look at a few more of its features. Let's look at the toolbar, which is located at the top. I want to remind you that you can work with both RAW and JPEG files. But if you are working with a JPEG, then some of the tools will not be available to you. And the very first tool is the zoom tool. It zooms in and out. So I just click and the image is zoomed out. When the Alt key is pressed, we move the image away. Next comes the hand tool, which works the same way as in the Photoshop. The next tool is the white balance tool. Basically, with it we get the same result that we got when adjusting the white balance manually. Let's take this tool. We need to choose a white point and a black point for a good correction. So let's set the settings so that we can see before and after. And let's get to work with this tool. When we point the eyedropper at white areas of the image, then we see the numbers denoting this color next to the histogram. And of course, in order to select a white area, we need to select RGB values close to 255. If we choose a black point, then we need a 0 value. But if we choose the gray point, the value will be close to 80. Let's start with the white point. For example, I put an eyedropper here. And look, I can navigate through the image and select the whitest area, focusing specifically on the RGB value under the histogram. Alright, let's choose this side. I click. The image here has been adjusted a little bit according to the white balance. Now select the blackest area and look for the maximum value, tending to 0. Well, let's say like this. I click and now I have to adjust the image, also in black color. In principle, this image has a good white balance initially, therefore the difference is not so visible. But in general, I want to say that it's not always possible to adjust the white balance in this way. As a rule, after all, when working with the settings that are on the right, you can still get the best result. Or you can work with the tool first, and then refine the result using the settings on the right. Next we have an eyedropper, which is called a color sampler, and it is intended for color correction. You can put some number of points to fix the color value. All these values of colors are displayed here, and in the future you can use this data for color correction. Well, for example, you want some color to remain unchanged. You can always look at the value of this point and check whether this color has changed for you. In order to delete a point, you need to click on it with the Alt key pressed. There can be quite a lot of points. By the way, as many as you want. So, with the Alt key pressed, I click, delete the points which I put. Let's move on to the next tool. It's quite an interesting tool, which is called a targeted adjustment. This tool can work in different modes. If we right click on the image, we will see that we have a parametric curve, hue, saturation and luminance. Well, and there is the ability to work with a black and white image. Let's start with the parametric curve. In fact, this is an analog of the curve that we have in Photoshop. Well, something like this. We take this tool, hold down the mouse button and swipe through the image. You see how its contrast changes. By the way, the histogram and the curve itself are changing. And you can swipe right, left, up and down. So you can also work with the settings that are under the curve and somehow adjust them manually, if you deem it necessary. You can also move the histogram directly. You see, I use a tool, and it changes. Right now I have made an overexposure. As you can see, this point is highlighted, which means a loss of quality in colors. And we can just move the histogram so that it disappears. The same goes for shadows. If our histogram goes too much into the shadow, then we have a warning point about loss of quality in shadows. And it's better to bring the values of the histogram back. I'm doing this now by holding down the mouse button and just moving the histogram manually. This is how the parametric curve works. I think you can handle it easily. Next we have a hue. That's pretty interesting. By the way, the value in the settings panel immediately switched to HSM. And here we can adjust the colors, both manually and with the help of the same tool. I put the cursor on the sky, press the mouse button and start swiping left, right, up and down. Well, nothing happens if we swipe up and down. Swipe left and right and choose the shade of the sky that would suit you, and immediately the value of the blue slider changes if you pay attention to it. So, what kind of sky should we make so that it still differs from the sky that we originally had? Okay, well, let's say I stopped at a sky like this. For example, I want to change the color of the herb. And I put the cursor here. Hold the mouse button, move left, right, the color of the herb changes, becoming either more yellow or vice versa, more green. But at the same time, however, the yellow shades are also changing, which is very good. Well, you can try again. No, I don't want to lose the yellow shades, but I, on the contrary, want to make them yellower. So I'm going back to the yellow shade and working on it now. I do this using the target adjustment tool, but it can be done in the same way, using the HSL settings. Well, let's say something like this. Let's look at the next parameter. It is called saturation. Immediately there was a switch here. That is, you could choose by simply clicking on this icon. And here we can change the saturation of our shades. For example, we can make the sky more expressive, and we can also somehow highlight the herb, for example, and it will become more saturated. Next we have luminance. You can also adjust it and pick up some values that will suit you more. Another interesting parameter is the detail. Here we can add the sharpness. In general, of course, it is best to add the sharpness at the very end of your work, after you have done all the work in Photoshop, for example, because the loss of quality when sharpening cannot be avoided. But if you still want to do it, then you can add the sharpness in this way. Well, let's leave it like this, for example. Well, here you can work a little more with the settings, of course. Choose a more suitable option for you. But I think that in general you understand how this tool works. You choose one of the settings you need, and by moving the cursors, or by using the settings themselves, select the parameters you need. Next we have a crop tool. It works exactly the same way as in Photoshop. That is, you select some part of the image by clicking, and the image is cropped. I will go back, I won't do it. The next tool we have is straighten. We have already used it in Photoshop. It works the same way here. Let's open another example and see it in more detail. And as for this example, I will press Shift key and open as an object in Photoshop, like that. Here I have a smart object. I might want to do something else. Consider the straighten tool. Of course, it is most suitable in those cases when you just took your picture a little unevenly. But I didn't find such an image in the raw format, so we'll take this image and try to align it relative. So I take this tool. It works similarly to what we have already seen in Photoshop. I hold down the left mouse button and I draw this line, and the cropping occurs. Then I click twice and my image is aligned. Just like that. If you want, you can still modify the image somehow and work with its settings. But I'm not going to waste your time on this right now. I will open this image in Photoshop, so that later it can be saved in the JPEG format, like that. I have it here, and we move on to the next tool. Let's take this image and try to correct its perspective a little. A tool called Transform is responsible for this. We choose it. We have a window of its settings, which is understandable, and you can easily set all the necessary values. Let's try to do it automatically. I click on the letter A, and now my image has already acquired a completely different look. If we change the scale, we will see exactly how my image was distorted after applying the setting. You can also choose how to distort. Distort images only horizontally, vertically, and in both directions, or set grids. All this is intuitive, so I won't stop there. I will just take the crop tool. So let's crop our image, so that we don't have any extra parts. Well, that's it. Click twice. Let's compare what we had before and what we have now. I think it's obvious. You can see how our perspective has changed. Well, in the same way, you can modify this image using various settings. I will not dwell on this for too long, so as not to take up your time. We have already considered all this. I'll just open this image. So I have it. I can now save it in JPEG or add some other actions to it, if I need it. We still have a few tools left, but let's look at them next time, in order not to have too much information at one time. Today we'll have 3 homework assignments. The first is to make a correction of the image, the second is to align the image, and the third task is to align the perspective of this interior. We continue to look at the camera raw tools again. Let's look at the tool called Spot Removal. In fact, it is a retouching tool. So we took it. And for example, I would like to remove these gaps. I click. I get two spores. Two circles, I would say. The first circle shows the area I want to replace. It's a red circle. And the second one shows the area where I should take the sample from. Let's make another one. I click here. I get a red circle. And the Photoshop had already guessed what needed to be done. If the circles interfere with us, then we can remove this check mark and they will disappear. Although, in fact, of course, they remain. Sometimes we need to remove not some point, but an entire area at once. In this case, I click the left mouse button and start simply selecting the area that I would like to replace, like that. Photoshop suggests replacing it with the one we had before, but I have selected a very large area, so of course it's not good enough. So let me cancel. Ctrl+Z. By the way, if we want to delete all of our created areas, we click Delete All and everything is deleted, and the image returns to its original appearance. Let me try to select a smaller area now, with the left mouse button pressed, like that, and find a suitable replacement for it. That's what I got. If you noticed on the right, we have a type. It can be Heal or Clone. If we choose Heal, then the software adapts the overlaid area to the place we have chosen. And if we choose Clone, then you see nothing happens. It's simply overlaid as patches. This option works as a clone stamp. I think it's better this way. Of course, you can adjust other parameters as well, for example, opacity or feather. Sometimes it is necessary. In this case, I think it's not a very suitable option. As for the size, this option only works when we put such a round area in just one click. Let's try again. I will click here somewhere. And by the way, I cannot only reduce the area by simply moving the border with the mouse, but by using the size option right here. But this option only works at the moment when we just start our editing and hold the cursor. That is, I can now enlarge and I will have a much larger area. Or I can reduce the size and this area will be much smaller. Thus, of course, it is much more convenient after all, I think, just to move beyond the boundaries of the circle and already select this area at your discretion. Please note that we have an inscription, press or to automatically correct the selected area. What does this give us? For example, I put a spot somewhere. So, let me choose another one. I press / on the keyboard, and this is how the Photoshop chooses the site from which it is best to take a sample. That is, here I choose a piece. I press the / and in general everything turns out quite well. There is no need to strain yourself and select the area where you will take a sample by yourself. Also, using square brackets, I can increase, for example, the size of a brush. Click, then press /. That's all. All the unnecessary pieces were removed. Using the example of this image, I suggest you practice with this tool and remove some of these pieces. And let me remind you that if at some point you decide to return to the original state, you can always press this button. So I cancelled everything, and let's look at the rest of the tools. Next we have a red eye removal tool. It works the same way as in Photoshop. If you ever come across photos with red eyes again, then by clicking this tool you can delete them. But it seems to me that you won't find such photos. Well, you never know. I will not show you this tool in action. And we had better move on to the next tool, which is called the adjustment brush. I think you can easily cope with the red eye removal tool. To consider the following tool, I suggest take a file of the JPEG format. In order to work in the camera raw with JPEG files, we need to use the filter that is located in the Filters tab. To begin with, we will convert our layer into a smart object. Converted. Then go to the camera raw filter or press the key combination Shift plus Ctrl plus A. See, there are the same settings. However, some tools such as crop or straighten are not available here. But now we are going to look at a very interesting tool called an adjustment brush. Let's take it right away. We saw a lot of settings. The essence of the work of this tool is that we create a masked area by painting over a particular area of the image with a brush, and we apply some settings to it. That is, the settings that we choose will be applied only to the area painted over with this brush. And let's use this opportunity to retouch this photo. I immediately turned on the before and after mode for greater clarity of our actions. So I'm zooming in, and we begin. I would like to make the girl's skin smoother. To do this, I will use a soft brush. There are parameters of the size, feather and pressure. The pressure shows the impact of this tool. And the more pressure there is, the more active the action of the tool will be. 50 is usually a normal value. Well, the size of the brush is adjustable. It is now like this. We can make it, say, bigger or smaller, or we can change its size using square brackets. Initially, when we start our work, we have all the parameters at 0. So, I click somewhere on the face and just start drawing with a brush. You see how immediately my skin becomes smoother. I think the effect is quite obvious. I hope that you can see. Using square brackets, you can reduce the size of the brush. OK, and carefully paint over. Cover up like this all those areas that we would like to smooth out. If we want to smooth out some areas more, then we can edit or remove this clarity. But we'll have to put another pin. We'll come to it now. I'll increase the size of the brush and work with the forehead. I try, of course, not to go into areas with hair, but sometimes maybe this happens. And in order to see where we have already applied the tool specifically, we can turn on the mask mode, and we will see those areas that we have already painted with a brush. In the same mode, we can also refine and finish painting some areas. Well, if we want to erase some areas, we choose the Erase mode, and here we already select the appropriate size and erase those areas which we wouldn't want to be catched by the brush. For example, the hair. I'm not going to do this carefully now, but I think that the main idea is generally clear to you. If suddenly the color of the mask matches the color of your image, then you can click on this square and choose another color that will allow you to see your mask better. Well, let it be like this. OK. But in order to disable the mask mode, we simply disable it, remove the check mark, and that's it. Well, you can see that the face has become a little smoother. We can also increase and decrease the clarity, and it will decrease. Look, I'm moving it in the opposite direction, and everything changes a lot. That's how you can edit and remove clarity. Well, we'll find some reasonable compromise between the naturalness of the skin and such glamorous beauty. And let's see what else we can change. We can see, for example, edit a little glow by increasing the exposure. We can also work with the texture of the skin, smooth it out completely, like this, or on the contrary, to emphasize it as much as possible. Well, let me probably smooth it a little bit anyway. We can also work with shadows and lights. Well, this is at your discretion, as you see fit. You can, for example, emphasize shadow and light, and that's what we will get. For example, we worked with the skin, and now I would like to lighten, for example, the whites of the eyes. To do this, I choose Create, and now I will choose a more suitable brush size. Well, that could be it, and I will try to paint over the whites of the eyes with this brush. But in order for them to become whiter, I will slightly reduce the saturation. So, I did it with one of them already. So, let's see now. Which one? I have already dyed one white, and perhaps here it is better to take a hard brush. You can reduce saturation and increase exposure. And look, the eye lightens up. The same can be done with the second eye. And I would like to change the color of the eyes. Then I choose Create again, click on the eye, I paint over the eye. OK, let's look at our mask. Well, let's say like this. Again, yes, I probably should have taken another brush. And for example, I can change its color. I click on this icon. So, let's choose some other color. Well, for example, like this. OK, that's it. Let's remove the pins, so that we can see better. Well, let's make the second eye the same. Of course, this is too much, but then probably you can try to reduce it. So, I will reduce the exposure, so that somehow it is not so catchy. Well, in the same exact way, You can create any number of pins and apply certain settings to the areas that you have selected. Thus, you can change the color of the eyes, or the lips, and add the sharpness of the eyelashes, added maybe some makeup. Well, whatever you want. I click OK and go to Photoshop. Now I can save the result. By the way, if you want to get different eye color, then just choose a different color. More suitable, less active perhaps, or work with the settings somehow. As you understand, this is the second homework assignment. The first one is to remove extra feed on the picture. Of course, this wonderful filter can be talked about for a very long time. It is worthy of a separate course, but we'll limit ourselves to the most important things, so that we can turn to the camera raw filter at any time and change the settings. We apply Convert to Smart Filters. Applied. And now we go to the camera raw filter. Filter camera raw. Done. So I immediately put before and after for more convenience of work. And let's move on to a tool that we haven't considered yet. It is called a graduated filter. So we take it. And in principle it is already clear from the name that this is something like a gradient. When we hold the line with the left mouse button, we get such a construction that shows us the distribution of the gradient. Here in this case it is like this. We use the Shift key when building the structure. Then we create it strictly vertically and strictly horizontally. In this situation I get a color distribution from orange, which you see here, to transparent. That is, a gradient is overlaid on a new layer, but it seems to me that the orange color here may not be quite appropriate, so I will change it to some other one. Well, for example, let's make a sky like this. Note that the gradient is still a mask. And if we click here, we will see exactly how the gradient is distributed over our picture. And if, in some places, I would like to remove this gradient, then you need to go to the brush tool. I reduced it using square brackets. And for example, I would like to remove the effect. I'm doing it roughly, but I think you understand what I'm doing. That is, the sky has become more blue. Well, let's say I want to do something with grass. Then I select, press the Shift key and draw the gradient from below. So now I tint with this color, which we have tinted the sky with. But we can click and go choose other color. Well, for example, to make grass a little dried. At any time we can move our gradient, move it around the image as we like. Well, for example, maybe I would like to do this. And of course, in addition to the color, you can work with all other settings. For example, you can add a saturation if you suddenly want it, or on the contrary, remove it. And you can increase or decrease the exposure, temperature, color, and all other settings. That is, here of course, you just choose what you think is most interesting. If we edit the texture, the grass will become more drawn. If we remove it, it will be more blurry. And so, for example, we worked with a second gradient and realized that we had done something wrong with the sky. Then we can click on the first gradient and make it active, and for example, reduce saturation, or do something else. For example, if we try to remove the haze, the sky will become more expressive, and if we edit it, on the contrary, it will be some kind of cloudy. And there can be any number of such gradients on your image. You can also apply a radial gradient. We'll look at it now in other image, but in order to somehow still show you, I am drawing a radial gradient, and now it's toning with what is inside. You see, there is a button like this inside, and if we put it outside, then it will happen outside. And we can tone our images somehow, make such a kind of vignette. That's what we get. You can choose any color. So we can look at it without all these overlays. This is the picture we got. To be honest, I did everything randomly, without trying to come to any definite result. So that's the result. In fact, there are of course a lot of things that can be applied here, and all this can be very interesting if you see it longer. I'm using a brush. I want to clean, for example, grass. Here you can do it. I can clean the grass like that. By the way, here I'm now working with a brush with a minus sign, and I can return the mask action again, using a brush with a plus sign. That's how interesting it all works. That is, you can of course experiment, see what you will get here. Perhaps you will get something much more interesting. By the way, our radio mask looks like this. Click OK and go to Photoshop. And this picture has a mask, and we can still somehow work with the camera raw here. Remove some details of our image. Let's say we don't want to apply this filter on some details of the image. Then we can remove them. For example, here I have just selected a piece and the camera raw isn't applied here. And if we suddenly want to go back to the camera raw filter settings, click on the label camera raw filter. Our filter is loaded again, and we can edit something here again. Well, I won't change anything else now. Click OK. And I think we'll leave this example. Let's take this cat. Convert for smart filters. Then the camera filter. And we take a radial gradient. So, well, let me stop, choose a color. A warm one, like this. So I draw a radial gradient. This is a great way to create a variety of vignettes of radial gradients. We'll enable before and after option, so that it is clear what we had here. And now it is outside. And if I do it inside, and let's say edit exposure, then I have this kind of an alignment. So, for example, I will choose some cool shade, and then the cat will get this kind of mystical look. And it is inside. And if we do it outside, then the picture will change very much. And here we can also work with feathering. And then this vignette will either be very straight rigid, or it can be blurry, just like in the previous case. If we select Create, then we create another one, edit another gradient here. Well, let's say we'll make it inside and choose some other shade. Well, let's say, okay, let it be this color. You can make a strong feathering, so that there is just a such glare on the muzzle. Don't forget that we can choose the blending mode, and we can also modify the brush wherever we want. That is, for example, I can take and remove the effect of this action in some places. Click OK, go to Photoshop. And here I would like to draw your attention to this icon. We somehow didn't mention it earlier. This icon allows you to change the blending modes. Let's reduce the picture so that we can understand what is happening. And here we can firstly change the degree of opacity. Then we reduce the impact of the camera raw filter and make it less intense, which can be very useful. In addition, we can change the blending mode to some other one. Well, for example, on overlay, or for example on multiply, for example lighten. So, I think you have already realized how many opportunities you have. The main thing is to cope with all of them and not forget anything. As I said at the beginning, the camera raw is a very powerful tool that can be studied very long, and you will discover more and more new opportunities. This concludes our cycle about the camera raw. Let's move on to the homework. The first task will be to tone image, and the second one is to edit the image of cat. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Sharpness. Hi guys, it's time to talk about sharpness. This is one of the most popular functions of Photoshop. If you want to increase the sharpness, then you need to start doing this at the very last stage of the work, when all other operations have already been applied. And as a rule, almost all images need at least a little sharpness. And of course, a certain number of filters are made for this. If we go to the filter menu and select Sharpen, we will see that there are filters here. But in fact, not all of them are equally good. For example, filters such as Sharpen, Sharpen Edge and Sharpen More have virtually no effect, and I don't see the point in considering them. Moreover, they don't have any settings, and you can get any meaningful result. We'll start considering the remaining filters with Unsharp Mask. Choose it, and let's select some kind of a piece, where we have just the border of our image. Let's set it to 0 first. This is how our image looks without increasing the sharpness. To begin with, I would like to tell you how the sharpening occurs. The fact is that Photoshop defines the boundaries of the contrast of colors, and makes the pixels of these borders more contrasting. Light pixels are made lighter and dark pixels are made darker. And due to this contrast effect, the effect of sharpness is created. And a setting called effect is responsible for this option. Let's try to increase the effect. If you look at the preview, you will see that the maximum magnification of the effect gives us such contrasting white and dark areas, which create the effect of great sharpness. And here is the radius of these areas, the radius of the pixels that are captured by this effect. The contrast is just shown by the second setting, which is called radius, and the higher it is, the more pixels are captured to increase sharpness. Let's reduce it. Look, there is even such a halo around, and the width of this halo is precisely determined by the radius. That is, within this area, dark pixels become as dark as possible, and light pixels become as light as possible. And let's reduce this radius, so that it's not so big. Well, the effect is also, of course, worth reducing. It is reasonable to set the effect usually no more than 150%. So, let's get closer to the needles and take a closer look at them. Look, here we also have such a halo. It shouldn't be like this. So, let's reduce the radius a little. And now our halo is decreasing. It turned out like this. When we add the sharpness, Photoshop increases the contrast of all small details. And sometimes, as a result, there is noise in the photo. If you don't want this to happen, you can use the threshold option, which removes the sharpness from small details. And thus, you avoid the appearance of excessive noise. If you have it, you add a threshold, and the areas of the photo that are filled with the same color become blurry. Thus, the noise effect disappears. So, I will still increase the radius, because it seems to me that somehow the effect of sharpness is not there visible. It seems to me that it will still be a little better. Well, yes, we have this halo here. So, we'll reduce the halo after all. I am trying to reduce the radius. Still, I reduced it a little, so that at least it wouldn't be so noticeable. Well, let's stop here. We won't use this effect too much. Let's click OK. That's it. Let's move on to the next filter, which is called Smart Sharpen. And if the effect turns out to be excessive, we cannot only adjust it on a smart filter, but also reduce the opacity. That's why I created a copy. Let's move on to the filter. Sharpen, Smart Sharpen. This filter appeared later than the one we used before. And there are a few more settings in it. And as soon as we applied it, it is immediately clear that our image has changed. Because when the effect is installed, it already does some work with the image. Let's choose this part of the image. By the way, when I click on an image and hold down the left mouse button, the software shows me what the image was like before applying the filter. Let it go. And that's with the use of a filter. Here we immediately have some default settings that we can adjust, and their actions are similar to the previous filter. The reduced noise option is just the same as the threshold value. Look, a small noise is here, the dark areas. And if we, for example, set it to 0, then this noise will be just huge. Therefore, Photoshop immediately offered us some value, but of course we can also increase it, so that the noise is removed. Also, there is a possibility to fade the effect in shadows and highlights. For example, if we want to minimally apply the filter effect on dark areas, we can edit a fade amount effect. Let's take a look at this area here. It's relatively dark. That's with 100%. And that's at 0 value. I think there is no point in tweaking the effect here. The same applies to highlights. Look how it looks like at 0. And look at the lights areas at 100%. So, this filter is more advanced and allows you to work more subtly. In addition, there is also a remove option here, and you can choose the type of blur that you would like to remove. For example, you can choose lens blur or motion blur and see which option is right for your image. But it seems to me that in this case, Photoshop very successfully offered us Gaussian blur, which we will apply. This is how our skier looked before applying this filter, and that's how wonderfully he transferred with the help of the sharpen effect. Of course, there are other ways to sharpen the image. In the next lesson, we will continue to consider them, and today you have two such simple homework assignments. The first homework assignment will be to edit sharpness to this picture using the Unsharp mask. The second homework task will be to edit a photo of a skier using Smart Sharpness. Let's talk about another 3 interesting ways to sharpen images. Sometimes it happens that the image turns out to be blurred, because the subject moved during the shooting, or the photographer's hand trembled, or maybe the exposure time was too long. Sometimes such images can be improved a little. Of course, you can get an absolutely perfect flawless image, but you can make it better. And this is exactly what a special filter, which is called shake reduction, is designed for. When you open this filter for the first time, you initially have the window closed. Therefore, I recommend that you click on this arrow next to the word Advanced. And in this case, you'll have such a window that shows on which area the software will focus in order to create the maximum possible sharpness. Of course, we can move the sight to a more significant area. In this case, it's the monkey's face. In portraits, it can be a person's face. In principle, we can even create several areas. If we click on this button, then we will have another area. Here I have it now. Well, for example, I will have it here, but this is not necessary, of course. Here I even had a third one, created by accident. Now I'm going to remove it. To do this, I click on this icon, and the last area is deleted. In general, I'll leave one after all, so that the software doesn't work too slowly. So, we select this area. Let's find it in the preview window. Look, if I press the left mouse button and hold it down, then I see the image as it was originally. I release, and that's the image after we have added sharpness. Let's check the box preview to see how we have improved sharpness with auto parameters. You can regulate them, but as practice shows, it doesn't affect everything very much. In general, the parameters that we have set by default most often work best. Well, look, I have a process going on now. It's not going very fast, unfortunately, but as it is. You see, the sharpness has been added a little more. Take a look at what we had and what we have got. In general, of course, the image has become better. We can also adjust the source noise. Suppose we have high noise. Let's see what we will have. As you can see, the image has become more smooth, and probably in this case, this is not what we need. So we'll go back to auto settings. Well, in cases where the noise is still quite noticeable after you increase the sharpness, you can use the smoothing and artifact suppression parameters that will allow you to improve the situation. In addition to this square area, which is a source for calculating sharpness throughout the image, you can also use this tool. But to be honest, it doesn't give any significant improvement. Let's already agree with the changes we have made. Click OK. Here is our monkey. Let's remember what it was in the beginning. This is what our image looked like. Here is the result. I think that for an image with such quality, this is in general a pretty decent result. Let's look at a couple more techniques to improve the sharpness of the image. These techniques don't relate directly to the sharpen filter, but still lead to its enhancement. We'll definitely need a copy of the layer. We'll go to the filter menu, select Other and select the high pass. I suppose you still remember how the sharpness effect is obtained. It happens because of increased contrast in areas with adjacent colors. And now, with the help of this filter, we'll increase this contrast. It can be done quite strongly, but of course, we'll not do this. There is an increase in the radius, as you noticed. You probably still remember about this radius. Well, let's make such option and apply it. After that, we need to desaturate this layer to avoid the occurrence of the chromatic operations. I press Shift plus Ctrl plus U, and now we just have to change the blending mode of the layer to overlay. Let's compare. I think the effect is quite obvious. As we zoom in, we see how well we have added sharpness. If the effect seems excessive, then of course you can reduce the opacity, for example, and install the option that seems more suitable to us. Let's move on to the next example. Here we'll also need a duplicate layer, and in this case we'll go to Filter, Styles and choose Emboss, and we get such relief with a dog. Here we can change the angle of this relief. You can change here and choose from which angle our image will look best. We can also increase and decrease the effect of this relief. The higher the value of the effect parameter, the more voluminous our relief will be. Well, let's pick up some average value, so that it's not too active. Let's for example do it like this. Here we also desaturate a layer and change the blending mode. This is what it will look like in overlay mode. And in the hard light mode, the image will become even more expressive. For comparison, here is what we had and what we got in the end. If you have noticed, there is a slight shift of the image. You can reduce the opacity to make the effect softer. I remind you that we added sharpness at the very end of our work on the image, and today you'll have 3 homework assignments. our first task will be devoted to shake reduction, and the second task is to increase the sharpness using high pass, and the third homework assignment is to increase the sharpness with the help of emboss. That's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Adaptive Wide Angle Filter. Hi guys! When you shoot with a large format lens or a fisheye lens, optical distortion of space may occur. This can be used as a special artistic technique, or it may be an accidental distortion that needs to be corrected. And just for these cases, a wonderful filter has been created, which is called Adaptive Wide Angle. For clarity, we will take an image that was specially made with a fisheye effect. But of course, in this way you can also edit images in which the distortion appeared unintentionally. So, we go into the filter and select the Adaptive Wide Angle, or press Alt plus Shift plus Ctrl plus A, keyboard shortcut. We have opened such a window. Let's put a suitable scale, probably even a little less, so that everything is clearly visible. And let's see what opportunities we have here. On the right side, we can choose what we need to fix. It can be a fisheye perspective or autocorrection. In cases where we have an unintentional distortion of perspective, it is better to choose a perspective. Well, if we have a fisheye effect, then we choose fisheye. And, as you can see, immediately our image became a little closer to reality. Well, of course, we won't stop there. By the way, if you look in the lower left corner, you can see that it is the model or the fisheye lens. That is, the image was purposefully taken with a fisheye lens to obtain such an interesting effect. Well, we'll get rid of it. So, on the left we have a toolbar, and we take a tool called Constraint. We put the first point, we lead our mouse, and as you can see, the line automatically sticks to the line that shows our wall. Click at the end, and the line is straightened. Well, we could pull these points and somehow warp it in the way we want. If suddenly we have some other idea of distortion, you can also right-click and select vertical, so that the line becomes strictly vertical. Now we are starting to fix some other line. Well, let's go from the opposite side. We can immediately hold down the Shift key at the end, and the line will immediately become vertical. That is, when the Shift key is pressed, we can create vertical or horizontal lines. We need to make all the vertical lines vertical now. I do it with the Shift key pressed. We have a lot of these lines here. In fact, the more lines you align, the more correct your image will be in the end. I am gradually going through all the verticals, and our image becomes more vertical itself. If something went wrong, then you can press the backspace key and it will disappear, and you can create a line again, like that. That is, I press Shift when creating a line, and I get a strictly vertical line. You can do the same with horizontal lines. I'm drawing the first line. I press Shift and then create all the others, and try to align the maximum number of these lines. You can see it well by the tile. It can be seen how the space immediately changes when we try to align it. I put a point and press Shift, continuing to draw a line. We are gradually correcting all those conditional shortcomings that we have formed. You can even align these lines. You see, they are also curved. So I drew it, this line. And we can somehow rotate this point here, bringing the cursor here, and the line will then somehow change its position. Let's try to fix this line too. Here the line automatically becomes straight when you swipe it. The only thing you can change is its angle. So we have these places left, which clearly shouldn't be like that. So gradually we bring our image to the classic look that we are used to without any fisheyes. Well, there is still a wall, this thing here. In addition to the tool that we are using now, there is also such a tool that allows you to align entire spaces at once. You can take it and set it all at once, pressing Shift. If your image implies such lines, then you can use it. By the way, I would probably align the horizon line. Look what it's like. Still, here probably at first. And here we bring the cursor and expound our horizon line the way we need. but it's too much. So let's expand it like this. Probably it is possible to correct some more nuances here. For example here, or here. Obviously this line shouldn't be curved. It would even be possible to align all these lines too, so that they are not so curved. Now I just draw a line. It clings to the desired contour itself, and then it becomes straight. The correct look of your image depends on how many lines you will draw. Well, okay, I think it's enough, and that's what we got. Now we can either crop our photo or fill in the places that we now have with transparent pixels. We can use a content aware fill or some other tools. Well, it already depends on the photos. Sometimes you can just replace, for example, the sky, or modify something with the help of stamp tool. It all depends on the situation. But now we'll go to the easiest way. Well, just crop it. Yes, our picture will become smaller, but it will be without the fisheye effect. Like that. That's what we had. And it became this. And it is clear that in the same way you can correct any perspective distortions. It will be even easier. Such a simple job we did today with this interesting filter. I hope you can easily repeat all this. That's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Channels, saving selections. Hi guys, today we begin the section devoted to the study of channels. You remember that there are different color models, in which colors are formed by mixing the colors that make up this color model. For example, in the RGB color model, all shades of colors are obtained by mixing red, blue and green colors. There is a special palette for working with channels, and we have already seen it once. It is called channels. If suddenly you don't have it open, if you don't see it, then you can always go to the window menu and check the box next to the channels. Since the color model of the image is RGB, then the colors are red, green and blue. Red, green and blue channel. If we have a SMIC image, then accordingly the colors will correspond to this system. We have a composite channel called RGB, which includes the sum of all the channels below, and separately we can look at each of the channels. Let's for example do this. Well, let's leave only the red and blue channels on, for example, while turning off the green one, and that's how our image changed. Or conversely, we can turn off the red. In general, it can even be used to tone the image. In principle, the channels palette is quite similar in structure to the layers palette, and I won't talk about this too much, since it's quite easy to work with this palette. Now let's talk about why our channels are presented in black and white. For example, the red channel looks like this, the green channel looks like this, and the blue channel looks like this. And see that these channels differ in brightness. The brightest is red channel, and this is usually the case if we use the RGB color model. Well, so, the fact is that Photoshop in general doesn't distinguish colors, and the amount of red, green and blue color that is contained in the image is encrypted in the channels. But at the same time, the amount of this color is determined by black and white shades. That's the trick. And the more colors we have, the lighter the shades in the image in those areas where this colors is present. Here we have a red fish, and look how white it is on the red channel. This just shows that we have a lot of red here. And if we switch for example to the green channel, then we'll see how the background around the fish has changed. This means that it contains a lot of green shades, because even in blue water there are also elements of green. But at the same time, the fish has become very dark, because here we probably have almost no green color at all, and the darkest channel, the most contrasting one, is blue. By the distribution of white and black colors, we can also see that these places that now look white, in fact, are water areas that have blue shades. And fish is much less light, and its saturation depends, of course, on the presence of blue. That's how it all works. And in the next lessons, we'll consider how this can be useful to us. In addition to the fact that the channels contain information about the colors and the proportions of the colors that are represented in the images, selected areas can also be saved in channels, and we have already mentioned this. Well, let's talk about it again. For example, I'll select some area. I take a magic wand and now click on the wall, selecting this area. Let's assume that we need to save this selected area for some purpose in order to use it in the future. In this case, we can go to the Channels tab and click on the mask icon. In Channels, this icon saves the selected area in the new channel in the form of a mask. Therefore, it is the mask icon. Click and we have an alpha channel. Now let's say we cancelled our selection. Then we moved to the layers. Did a lot of different operations there. Where are they? For example, I create a new layer and let me desaturate it. Let me remind you that the desaturate operation is invoked with the Ctrl plus Shift plus U keys. That is, we have done a lot of some actions, and now already on this black and white layer, I would like to see my selected area in order to do something else with it. Then I go into the channels, and holding down Ctrl, I click on the channel icon, and I get the selected area back. It would normally be quite difficult for me to select something like this in a black and white image, and you can remove the selection. Then I can make some more operations, but each time I can return to the channels, and holding down Ctrl, I click on the alpha channel icons, and the selected area will appear again for me, and I will be able to make some operations with it. For example, I could change its tone or something. But the possibilities of the saved selected area are not limited to this. Let me remove the selection and do this. I will turn on the alpha channel eye icon, and look, I have a mask. What is now colored red? This is exactly the area that I have masked, and if I want to somehow change the boundaries of my selected area, I can do it the same way as on a regular mask. I draw your attention to the fact that I have to make the alpha channel active, so that these actions can be made. And immediately, the foreground color and the background color change to black and white. So, we take a brush. I want to edit a selected area here. I may even make it semi-transparent. Maybe it will be interesting somehow. And I want to edit it here. So then I take a black brush and I return to the image to the previous view. Here, let's do it in some other places. Well, in general, I have done something like that. Somehow, I changed my selected area. I turn off the eye icon and click on the icon, pressing Ctrl. And look at what areas we have selected. That is, I can not only save the selected area, but also change it in some way, which of course increases our creative capabilities. And we can also fully work with this image on the channel. For example, I have now created another black and white copy of this image, and I press Ctrl plus A, thus selecting all the image completely. I switch to channels, edit, and I have a white channel like this. If I turn it on now, then I will not have a red color, because in order to mask something, we need to work with black brush. And for example, we can take a black brush and mask some individual areas of the image. I remove the selection. Well, for example, I will do it like this. Let's say we have some small areas of the image that will be colored. Well, here you can think about how to make it more beautiful. I'm doing it now, to be honest, absolutely randomly. Well, for example, like this. I vary levels of transparency and create a strange selected area. Then I turn off the eye icon. Click. I have the selected area loaded. Then I go to layers. Here, with the help of this red backlight, you can see that my channel is active. And now I would probably prefer to invert this selection. So I choose Select, Invert, and press Shift plus Ctrl plus I. And let me either click Delete or apply a mask. And this is the image I got as a result. Here you can come up with a lot of different ways to use the selected area. It is not necessary to desaturate a layer. It is possible to make something more interesting. In general, I hope that you will be creative and use the preservation of a selected area in the channels to give this image some interesting look. That's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Introduction. Filters Gallery. Hi guys, today we are studying to explore an absolutely amazing section of the Photoshop software. This section is dedicated to filters, and even if Photoshop consisted only of them, it would already have the right to exist. Of course, we have already talked about them a little, but now we'll study them in more detail. Filters allow you to create the most stunning effects. With the help of them, you can imitate the work of classical art, or you can create modern art. You can create blurred pictures and added sharpness. It is impossible to even list all of this. So, let's get down to business as soon as possible. And before we start our work, let's make sure we have the right settings. To do this, we need to go to the Edit menu, select Preferences, Plugins, and here select Show all filter gallery groups and names, so that the filters are shown in the most convenient way. So, put this tick and click OK. And now we are starting our work. All filters are located in the top menu, right here. At the very top we have a filter that was used last. And you can use it again, if there is a need for it. In this case, you can press the keyboard shortcut Alt plus Ctrl plus F. Well, the last one was the unsharp mask. And if I click on it now, the sharpness is added. Before that, it was like this. Let's go back to this menu again and see that there are different groups of filters and individual filters that are so significant that they can replace an entire group. Also here we have a Convert for Smart Filters section. We will also talk about this, but not now. Filters can be applied not only to layers, but also to channel masks, restored shapes, and text. Firstly, let's see how filters work on layers. If you apply filters directly to the layer itself, then of course it will work, but most often it turns out a rather uninteresting image. Therefore, most often a copy of the main layer is created, on which a filter is applied, and then masks, various blending modes, and so on are applied. Let's see. So, we have such a suit picture. I will make a copy of the layer now, and let's try to apply some simple filter. I go into the filter. There was such a style in art when the image was drawn using small dots. It's quite interesting. Here we can slightly adjust the size of these points, which will make up our image. We can zoom it in like this. See how it will all be. Well, let's say something like this is fine. Okay, and the effect is applied. Take a look, we can see the effect. But if we change the blending mode, for example, to soft light, then the image will become much more interesting. This is the simplest example. We can also, for example, apply a mask. We can edit an adjustment layer, for example. Maybe on the contrary, I will reduce its saturation and made it almost black and white. So, let's switch to the mask and take the gradient. And I guess I will do this, so that the central part is more colored and the edges are more black and white. Well, this is at least a little more interesting than what we got by simply applying a filter. Therefore, of course, a copy of the layer was useful to us, because we used it to change the layer blending mode. Let's look at another example, and this time we will use a different filter. Go to Filter, Styles, Edges, and look, we got something like that. But in general, it's not too interesting. And now let's try to do it differently. And cancel. Creating a copy. Desaturate. Shift plus Ctrl plus U. I used the same filter to make our edges black and white. That is, I am now striving to create something similar to a drawing. Find edges. Here we have a picture like this. Now I am applying a mask. I take a linear gradient and draw it in this way. I like this option when I have a photo on the left and a hand-drawn picture on the right. These are very simple examples. I'm just trying to show you that the filter itself, as a rule, doesn't create anything special, and it is always used with some additional means. Well, here we could edit an adjustment layer, for example, curves, and for example do this to make the image more saturated. Well, this is already to your taste. I hope you have understood the basic idea of combining the filter with other features of the software. And let's move on to the big section called the Filter Gallery. Go to the Filter menu, select the Filter Gallery. There is such an additional window. On the left we have an image, the scale of which we can adjust, so that it is convenient for us. Now I immediately have the filter that I last used in this group, but we'll now look at others. As you can see, there are several groups of filters, which you can choose. and then adjust them on the right. Here you can sort through the various options. You can choose oil paint, for example. If you edit and change some parameters here, then the image changes accordingly. You can create various interesting things. You can choose, for example, a smudge stick, a dry brush, and so on. But let's try to do something more concrete with this image. I want to use the colored pencil filter, but first I need to make a copy of the layer. So I will close this window and make a copy of the layer, and we go back to the filter gallery. So we set the appropriate scale, open the artistic group, choose colored pencil, that's what I get. By the way, the result of using this filter largely depends on what colors you have installed. I have now set the white and black colors, and here you can adjust the parameters at your discretion. As you like, you can change all these settings. You can choose the ones that seem most suitable to you. I reduce the paper brightness. I think it's better when it's white. I settled on these settings for this photo. Let's leave them like this. Our picture has already become more interesting. But we'll not stop there. Multiple filters can be applied to one image at once. And if I click on this new layer of effects, then I can apply some other filter here. This is how a stained glass looks like. Well, for example, here you can see how it will look. This is grain. Although you may like, for example, this one. I have now zoomed in on the image, so that you can better see exactly what this texture looks like. It is quite interesting, and this is how a texturizer looks like. We choose this one, and I press OK. Now I will unlock the background layer. I will swap these layers, and now I would like to make it a little more expressive. Therefore, I will merge the layers using the keyboard shortcut and apply Unsharp Mask. We already know this filter, we have already talked about it. So look what an interesting thing I have now. Here of course you can adjust the parameters at your discretion, so that you like your result. Well, I will probably stop at this option, it is almost an artistic work. Let's see what we had in the beginning. I opened the history palette, and if we look at the very beginning, we had such a quite ordinary photo. And here is what we got after simple manipulations with filters. It looks especially interesting when we zoom in. Now we have applied the filter to the entire image at once. But it happens that the filter looks beautiful on one part of the image, but not so beautiful on the other part of the image. That is, different filter settings are required for different parts of the images. And let's see how we can work with it. Let's move on to the next example. I'm going to take an image of this girl here, and we'll try to make a drawing out of it. I have already created 2 copies of the layer. You'll now understand why this is necessary. We go into the filter gallery, select the sketch section. So we still have colored pencil here for now, and that's what we see. Let's try to work with the settings, but as the light and dark balance is added, the pattern begins to appear. At the same time, we can see some parts of the drawing well, for example here, and some parts we don't see at all. I continue to edit light and dark balance, and I get to such a point when I don't want to darken our hair and eyes any further, but the lips and the chin are still not visible, and here I stop and click OK. Then I close this layer, I move to the layer below, I go into the filter, and on top of my filter gallery there will be just the same filter that we used before, and I will click on it, and I will have the same filter applied. But it's applied with the same settings that I had before, which doesn't quite suit me. So I cancel and go to the filter gallery again. Later, we will find out how the settings can be adjusted more flexibly, but for now I will not talk about this in order not to overload you too much. So I choose the filter gallery not from the top, but in the filter list itself. That's our girl. You can also reduce and increase the size with the help of the wheel. Well, now I will work with light and dark balance, until my lips and chin are clearly visible. We won't pay attention to the hair, and you'll have to increase the balance quite a lot. But we are doing this, of course, gradually. But I think this value is enough. It seems to me that the lips are already quite clearly visible, and the chin line appeared too. And then I agree and click OK. And now I turn on the icon of our top layer, added a mask to it. I take a brush. Moreover, I take a hard brush like this. If the brush is soft, then you may have some artifacts that are not quite desirable. Therefore, we take a hard brush, and then I will take a white brush and remove all unnecessary elements. Well, I will take a black brush again. That's how we can do it. You can also go directly to the layer itself. Here we have chosen a mask. So now you have to refine your image, make it the best version of itself. And of course, if you own a tablet, then you can draw some lines with the tablet. But the main idea of this exercise is that you can create an unlimited number of layers for each part of the image and set your own settings. And then you can combine all these parts into a single whole with a mask. I also want to draw attention to the fact that the larger the image in size, the higher its quality, the better the filters will work. And specifically for this style, which we use now, it is best to use contrasting images with a lot of details and a larger size, because unfortunately nothing interesting will happen if you use small blurry faded photos. Unfortunately, we will not be able to consider literally all the filters that are available in Photoshop, because it can take an incredible amount of time. Moreover, there are a huge variety of ways to use each filter. But I want to show you another filter from the filter gallery, simply because it is beautiful. This filter is designed to create a glow. It creates such a romantic effect on the photo, and the color of this glow is determined by the background color that you have selected. Pay attention to this, because if there is some other color chosen, then the effect will be different. Well, let's use this filter. Filter, Filter Gallery, Distort. Select Diffuse Glow. We are reducing the size of our image. Look how we have added light to the photo. It has acquired a completely new mood. It has a romantic vibe now. And of course, we can adjust the level of this glow using sliders. Make it smaller or make it bigger. You can adjust all this. Choose the effect that you like best. I don't really like adding graininess to this effect. Well, you never know. Maybe someone will like it. That's a beautiful effect, which can help you to decorate your images. And if suddenly it is too much, you can reduce the opacity and make this effect more acceptable to you. And of course, you can combine some other features that you already know. Let's move on to the homework. The first homework task will be to use the filter. By the way, it can be quite interesting. For example, you can also choose a mosaic. Try a mosaic filter and then add a sharpness to it. And also change the blending mode on the copy of the layer. That is, the first task is to experiment with these two filters. They can look quite interesting in this image. The second task is to create a transition from a photo to a pencil drawing. By the way, the pencil drawing on layer 1 here could still be adjusted with the levels, and it could look rather interesting. Then we added this still life. After that, we proceed to create such a graphic image. And task number 5 is to create such a diffuse glow. In the next lesson, we'll continue studying filters. I hope that this long lesson was interesting for you. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Apply image command. Hi guys, today we'll talk about how we can improve the image using the apply image command. First, let's discuss how channels can be used in combination with layer blending modes. Let's duplicate a layer, so that we see how it will look when using regular layers. And change the blending mode to the screen. It has become much lighter. But let's see how we can do the same with channels. And what is the difference? To do this, go to the channels palette. I'll leave the red channel. I'm going to work with it. In general, the red channel is best suited for editing skin tone, if we need a soft effect. But if we need more contrast, then green or blue may be suitable. So, in order to copy the channel, I first select Ctrl+A, then Ctrl+C, and go to the Layers palette. Don't forget to switch to the Composite channel in the Channels palette. Now I will create a new clean layer, and press Ctrl+V. Our channel has turned into a layer. And for now, I will disable the layer with the screen blending mode that we created, and I will try to apply the same mode to the channel. Take a look at what kind of image we get. Of course, we can edit the levels of its opacity if necessary, but I think the difference is obvious. The thing is that we overlay a black and white image with low contrast. We can also edit the layer that we had. Disable the layer with the channel. And this is the effect we got by placing the channel on the layer. But these actions could be done in other way. Let me remove the layer with channel. Now we go to the image menu, we select and apply image, and we have a sign like this. Here our file is selected as the source. Now select the layer that we'll work with. This is layer 1. Choose the channel we need, red one, and we can choose any blending mode that we like. I'll leave the screen. Here you can also change its degree of transparency if necessary, and click OK. And now let's see how with the help of channels you can not only tone images, but also add a delicate volume to the image. Let's take this image and try to make it a little more voluminous. It may seem that we can just increase the contrast, and it will be enough. Let's do it too, so that we can compare it later. Let's add the curves adjustment layer. Well, and let's do this. We'll move the lights and lower shadows. This is the result. Let's remember it and turn off an eye icon. And now let's try to do it differently. I'll make 2 copies of the background layer. And now you understand why. We'll return to the curves layer here. Now we will apply subtract blending mode to the topmost layer. The image turns black because a background copy 2 layer and a background copy layer have the same pixels. Subtracting from each other, it gives a black color. But now we'll try to reveal our drawing with the help of blurring. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. What happened in this case? Pixels on the layer that we have above are blurred. It no longer perfectly matches the pixels that are on the base below, and therefore the drawing appears in subtract mode. Well, maybe we'll even leave it like this, so we'll edit a little bit. We'll add volume to the areas with light drawing. I won't do it too much, let's leave it like this. Okay, next we combine the background copy 2 layer with the background copy using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+E, since we only needed 2 layers to create this effect. Then turn on the curves layer. And now I want to put this image that we had on the background copy layer as a mask on the curved layer. Go to the curves layer. We go to the apply image. Select the background copy. We won't change the blending mode and opacity. OK. After that, we don't need the background copy layer anymore. We only need it to create this mask. We can delete or close. Go to curves and let's edit light pixels. Take a look at how the volume is added immediately. Let's zoom in the girl so that you can see her face better. Look, that's how it was. And that's how it is now. Look at the hair, how it immediately emphasized. But at the same time, the image doesn't occur such rigidity as it did in the first case. When we try to do this with the help of brightness and contrast, well, let's say I will probably leave it like this. Look at what we had in the source code and what we have now. Of course, this is very subtle, almost imperceptible refinement of the photo, but sometimes the beauty lies in the details. If I want to enhance this effect, I can simply duplicate the curves layer. And look how much stronger the effect has become. Well, this is probably even a very harsh effect. That's what we had in the beginning, and that's what we got with 2 layers of curves at once. Or just with 1. See how you like it better. And of course, we don't forget that this mask can also be modified. For example, you can edit volume only in certain areas. Let's move on to the homework. The first homework task will be to tone this image using the apply image command. You may also want to change the opacity level. And the second task will be to create a volume on this image with 2 or 1 adjustment layer at your discretion. That's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Calculations command. Hi guys, we continue our acquaintance with the channels, and today we will talk how to select areas with the help of channels and the calculations command. Let's say we would like to make the sky in this picture a little more interesting. Simply replace it with another one. But to do this, we need a selected area. We go to the channels and choose the most contrasting one. Red, green and blue. The blue one, of course, is more contrasting, than other channels. But still, its level of contrast is not as high as we would like. And we remember that in order to make a selected area, we need to create a silhouette in black or white. Of course, we can use the levels command, as we did last time, but it doesn't always give the desired effect. So now I want to show you how we can simplify this process. Make it more correct with the help of calculation command. Go to image menu and select calculations. With this command, we can overlay one channel on another, or even the channel itself. That's how it looks like with a certain blending mode and opacity parameters. Here I have blue on blue, and you can see how immediately our image has become closer to what we are striving for. But there could be, for example, a red channel or a green one. It all depends on the situation. You can also apply inversion, but then you get something that we don't need at all right now. So we leave blue and blue. We set the linear burn blending mode. In some cases, the multiply may be more appropriate, but the linear burn is used more often. So our image has become a little better already. It has become closer to the result that we are striving for. But we don't stop there. We go to the image menu and now choose the apply image command. And here we overlay the channel on itself. That is, we have created a new alpha channel as a result of our actions. By the way, now we are going to do something using apply image command. You remember that you can overlay some other channels on our channel with the help of this command. We'll overlay this channel on itself and choose the appropriate blending mode that will give us the most silhouette image. Sometimes overlay is suitable option too, but we'll take the linear burn. Okay, now we have quite a few areas that we need to make black. It's not that hard anymore. So let's see. Our edges are pretty good, but we need to remove the remaining white areas. Let's try to use the levels. Now we're adding a little bit of darkness. Well, the main thing here is not to overdo it. It's just that if we did it right away, we would have done worse. Believe me. So we take a white eyedropper. Now click on the sky so that it will be white. Okay. And now it's probably worth taking a black brush. I press D, X, and my black color becomes the foreground color. I take a black brush and I paint over the areas that I need to paint over. Let's say like this. I have some dots left. So, in order to edit the edges, you can use the burn tool, as we did it last time. And there is another option. You can take a hard brush, let's say 30% of transparency, and let's walk along the edges of our image. We still have some left here. So let's put a normal 100. Here another non-painted piece. We'll now paint it over with a regular brush, without any additional blending modes there. And we'll assume that we have created the basis for our selected area. Now we can either click on the icon of our alpha layer, or we can click here and we have a selected area. We switch to RGB composite channel. Then we go into layers and edit a mask. So that's what we got. Therefore, the mask needs to be inverted. Press Ctrl+I. Now that's what we need. So let's take a closer look at how our image looks like, how all these leaves and twigs are selected. In general, they are selected quite well. As you can see, all these gaps between them are selected too. And now let's edit the sky. I choose the sky for this picture, adding the sky to our landscape. So, well, we have such small halos here. Here, take a look on the twigs. This happened because I overdid it a little and darkened these leaves too much. I should have stopped a little earlier. Then this wouldn't have happened. But we can, as usual, correct this on the mask layer. Select and mask. So let's edit a little feathering. I take a brush to refine the edge. And now I will walk along the edges of these palm trees on which a unnecessary halo was formed. I'm not going to do all this very carefully right now, but I think the idea is clear to you. And if necessary, you can use this option. I want to say again that it happened because I used dark colors in the levels command too much. It was necessary to look at these leaves so that they wouldn't become like this. This is actually noticeable in the process of work. So let's leave our selected area. Okay, and now for example, I would like to adjust the sky separately, or adjust the landscape separately. For example, I would like to make the sky a little lighter. Then I can create a curves adjustment layer. I created it in order to work only with the sky or only with the landscape, and not with the whole image, as it usually turns out. Let's say if I now move the curve, then all the image will be darkened or lightened at once. But if I want to work with one thing, I press the Alt key and drag the mask on the curves layer. And now if I go into curves, then only the sky will change for me, or just the landscape. Now I can make it darker. At the same time, please note that the sky doesn't change. And if I wanted, on the contrary, to make the sky lighter, then I choose a mask on the curve adjustment layer, press Ctrl+I and invert. After that, I go into the curves again, and for example, I make the sky lighter. This is at your discretion, whatever you like best. So, we got acquainted with such interesting possibilities of selection with the help of channels. As you build up your experience and practice, you'll learn how to synthesize them and be able to select even the most complex objects. And probably you realized that today's homework will be to edit the sky to this beautiful landscape. That's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Hi guys, there are as many as 16 blur filters in Photoshop, and they can help you to solve a variety of tasks. Let's take a look at these filters. If you go to the filter menu, you'll see that there is a blur gallery, which presents the new blur filters and the old ones too. For example, there is Gaussian blur, which we already know. Let's look at it again. Everything is very simple here. You just move the slider and select the level of blur. At the same time, your entire image is blurred evenly to a greater or lesser extent, depending on the specified parameters. But we'll not use this simplest filter now, but consider its more complex counterparts. So I click Cancel and let's see the filters that are in the filter blur gallery. Let's start with the field blur. As soon as we applied this filter, our image became blurred. We can move the slider and thus change the degree of this blur. And while we have one such slider, one pin, we have a blur. Well, almost the same as in Gaussian. By the way, here on the right you can also see the slider, which we can change, move, and the blur changes. But everything changes if, for example, we put a second pin. And then we can, for example, set the degree of blur to 0 on the first one, and here blur will not happen at all, and we will increase the blur on the second pin. And look, this area is getting more blurry. We can carry these pins here, so let's do it like this. Let me put another one here. We'll also make the background a little more blurry, and we'll leave the foreground unchanged. But look, it is blurred here too. And if, for example, I wouldn't want it to be applied here, I put another pin and just remove this blur to 0. By the way, pins can be placed outside the image. For example, if I put this pin here and added blur, then the lower edge of the image is blurred. This is how we can focus on the most important parts of our image and draw attention to them. And this effect added some volume to our image. It becomes deeper. If we decide to cancel the actions we have applied, we will click this button to remove all pins. Or we can delete them individually by selecting and clicking delete. Well, for example, I click and my pin disappears. Here is such an interesting filter. Let's click OK. Let's apply our filter. That's it. By the way, it would be possible to use a smart filter here, and then we could go back to our settings. Let's look at the following filter. Let's apply a Convert for Smart Filters option. Remember that we have this option, and it allows you to work with our image in a more comfortable mode, being able to change the settings at any time. And now let's move on. Filter, Blur Gallery, and select the Iris Blur. By the way, they are all together here, and we can always swap these filters. And in the middle there is such an area that we can move. This will be the area of maximum sharpness. Outside of this area the blur occurs. And in the same way we can move the slider and decrease or increase the degree of this blurring. making the focus on the details that are important to us. In addition, we can move these dots here, and look, the image becomes clearer. Or, if we move these dots to the center, the blur becomes smoother and smoother. But we can also move these dots separately. To do this, hold down the Alt key, and we can, for example, move this point here, and we leave the rest where we had them. We can also, for example, rotate this ellipse. In this way, we can change its size, of course. And if we use these squares, then we will have such a form. Moreover, there may be several areas where we increase the sharpness and blur everything else. For example, I can click here, put another pin and create another one of the same area here, in which our image will be sharp. And outside we will have a more blurry image. I click and make more active this area. I can increase it. For example, I can make another one here. So let's reduce the blur. So, well, you can already see what is going on. But if we blur the zone too much, then the effect of this filter is very clearly visible. We are not going to do this, we are going to do this. By the way, we can, for example, edit more noise. I switch to the noise tab. And if we increase this value, then we edit an image and noise. Here I have set it as much as possible, so that it can be seen. It is such an interesting effect. And you can somehow adjust the size of this noise. You can quite figure it out for yourself. So, I think I'll remove this pin after all. Okay, I'll take the noise away. It seems to me that it doesn't look quite beautiful here. And probably I'll increase the blur radius here, so that the effect is still more noticeable. Okay. Well, we'll probably do it like this, so that we'll still have an emphasis on this dish, and everything else is more blurry. So, that's how we leave it and click. Okay, if we compare it with the original image, it looked like this, and that's what we got. It seems to me that it has become a little more artistic. The next filter we'll look at is called Tilt Shift. Let's go into it. Blur Gallery, Tilt Shift. So look, we have a zone in the center that will keep sharp. We can move it, and there are zones that will be less sharp. There are at the top and bottom, in this case. And we can change the degree of blur by moving these lines here. In addition, we can also rotate. Here, for example, I can blur it here. Let's do this. For example, let's stretch. Okay. And of course, we can adjust either the degree of blur with the slider or with the help of this round here. Well, for example, this is how we can do it. We can also add a distortion, and you see what it gives. Look at the blurred areas. So, just like that. And of course, you can also make several zones. Put another pin and make some kind of additional blur zone, if necessary. For example, I will have a palm trees, less blurry now. But this section is more blurry. Let's do this, for example. Here it turns out such a peculiar effect, as if we took photo with a fogged lens. Let's click OK. I hope you enjoyed these filters. And as a homework assignment, you need to blur 3 images. Image of the sea with the field blur, the iris blur on this dish here, and the tilt shift filter. We continue to get acquainted with the amazing features of the blur gallery. Let's get started. We'll try to make this photo more artistic and dynamic. First, create a copy of the layer, then apply to it a convert for a smart filter option. I'm not going to explain why. You all probably already know it by heart. And now we'll apply a filter from the blur gallery, which is called Puff Blur. This is a very interesting filter. I'm removing this check mark. I'll tell you about it later. Look, as soon as we open the filter, a certain path is created. The blur occurs along it. We can change this path, change its location. And look, I move the path, and the blur changes. Well, just some kind of dizziness. The path can be different. I can click anywhere and, for example, do this, but I would like my blur to follow the path of the girl to emphasize the effect of her movement. So, I'm going to edit a few more points now. So, let's put this point here. Here we'll put another one, and you can tick Edit Blur Shapes. And then we can also move the sliders, like this, and edit some more blurring. That is, we have to make sure that we do it the way we would like. So the speed allows us to increase the degree of blur. Let's move it like this. This is how we can create multiple paths. For example, here I can create another path. Let's make it like this. Okay, so here we'll edit another point and bend the space. In this way, let's edit speed. By the way, the taper allows us to make the blur a little different. Take a look at the place which is the center of the blur. The blur here becomes smaller. And if you are interested in this option, of course, you can edit it. It is also possible, for example, to change the intensity for the strobe strength. Look, copies are made, and just for the effect of movement, it can be very good. Well, for example, this is how I will leave it. Here we can do another thing. Adjust the strobe flashes. Look, that's what we got without them. And here is what we have now. I can leave the effect that suits me most. Here you can choose different types of presets. For example, the rare sync flash creates this effect. I think it can also be very interesting, and in some cases it may even be preferable to choose this option. Maybe even in this case it will be good. And you can also choose a basic blur, but it will be like this. I still probably choose the rare sync flash. Well, maybe I'll just add a little more blurring here, because it seems to me that it will be maybe a little more spectacular. Well, it's very difficult to predict what we'll get in the end. Well, let's hope that we'll get something interesting. So, but of course, we can always go back with the help of a smart filter and edit what we got again. Let me make a strong enough effect so that the effect of our filter is clearly visible. By the way, if you want to remove some path, let me draw another one. If I want to remove it, I can select it, press the backspace, and the path will be removed. This is just in case if you create some unnecessary path. Now let's click OK, and let's see what we got. And the result is like this. Let's move on to the Smart Filter mask. Let's take a black brush and emphasize the figure of a girl. This is how you can change the degree of opacity in order to make the figure more expressive or less expressive. Well, something like that, for example, we can do. So, a hand right here. And now, to add even more dynamics to the image, let's get ahead of ourselves a little and use another filter, which we'll talk about a little later. We'll create flares. To do this, go to the filter and select the lens flare. And there are different flares here. And our task now is just to place the flare. Look, you see, we can change its location and place it where it seems most appropriate to us. We can also change the degree of brightness, if necessary. And we can change the lens type. I set the simplest one that goes by default. Click OK and see how interesting it is. And now, in order to add the brightness to the image, I'll make a composite layer and apply a blending mode to it. So the layer is ready. And let's pick up some mode. So, what we might have here? Well, as you can see, there are a lot of options. I probably won't even sort everything out. Okay, well, perhaps we choose and reduce the opacity. And look how we turned a simple image to an interesting composition. Let's recall the original photo. I press Alt and click on the eye icon of the layer. That's what we had, and that's what we got. Well done! It would probably be possible to move it up a little bit, to the left, and maybe make it a little smaller. Moving on. And now we'll look at another interesting filter. As usual, I applied the convert for smart filters. And now I go to the blur gallery and select the spin blur. And here everything is very simple. Blurring occurs around the circle. You can put this circle in the right place. For example, I put it on a wheel in order to create the illusion of a moving car, and then simply reduce it to the desired size. How here we can move these dots like this. Look what is going on. We can set the parameters we need, the blur angle, so as to create the complete illusion that the wheel is spinning. We can also use the strobe strength to create additional motion effect. Look, I added a little, and that's what we get when we added the strobe strength. You can also work a little here, and the effect will also be a little different. Let's stop at this value and click OK. But to create a full-fledged effect of movement, of course, one spinning wheel is not enough. So I'm going to create another copy of the layer now. I put it on the very top, and I will apply another filter to this layer. This is a very old filter. It has existed for a long time. I don't even know since when. It has been in the blur group since very distant times. It is called motion blur, and obviously it creates the effect of movement. Here you can choose the angle of shift of your movement, and that's how it will look like. Well, I will choose the horizontal option. Here you can choose the distance that suits you. Well, look at what options there may be. Everything is quite simple here. Well, it's just too simple. So we press OK. After that, we apply a mask on which we can remove what we need to remove with a black brush. Maybe the brush doesn't even have to be completely transparent. And look at what we're getting. So, probably you can even restore it here. I take a white brush and restore it. Here is such an option. And that's how a completely stationary car starts moving at a very high speed. Let's remember what we did today. We create such an interesting effect using a filter from the blur gallery, which is called Puff Blur. And we run a little ahead and use the block from the rendering group. This will be the first homework assignment. And the second homework will be to create a motion effect for this car using a filter from the blur gallery, which is called a spin blur, and also with the help of a filter from the blur group, which is called motion blur. You may want to edit some more effects to these images, because you already know a lot. I will only be glad to see your creative ideas. And that's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Displays filter, texture overlay. Hi guys, today we'll talk about a very interesting filter called displays. With it you can distort one image using the texture of another. And this is how reflections, texture overlay on fabric and many other interesting effects are created. There are different ways to apply texture to fabric in Photoshop. Today we'll try to do this using the displays filter. But in this way you can not only, for example, apply texture to the fabric, but also, for example, create a reflection or some other interesting effects. You would like to get about this result in the end. And to begin with, of course, I will take the ornament that I will use, and I will put it in the same file where I have the fabric. So, I have a small ornament. It would be better if its size was larger, but I think we can use this one for educational purposes. I take this ornament and I increase it so that it goes a little beyond our silk, because when distortion occurs, it will shrink a little bit, and so that the entire surface of the fabric is involved. We'll do this. Now we'll move on to the most interesting. We'll be creating a displays map. After all, it is with the help of it that our ornament will take the form of our fabric. I'm closing the layer with the ornament for now, so that it doesn't confuse us. Choose the layer with silk and go to the channels palette. Channels are generally an irreplaceable thing, and here they will be useful to us again. Now I have to choose the most contrasting channel. We can look at them. In other situation, of course, there may be another one. Now I need to create a new document from this channel. To do this, I right-click and choose Duplicate Channel. And here, attention, our actions will be somewhat different from what we did earlier, because I will choose not the document in which we are working, but a new document. That is, a new document will be created from this channel. I choose a new one. I give it a name. Click OK. So we have a new document. Now I need to blur our texture a little, so that when we overlay, we don't have such rigid borders. To do this, we also use Gaussian blur, that we already know, and blur it to about this state. OK, that's it. We save the file in PSD format, File, Save, or Ctrl+S. Displays map, Save. Back to our file where we started. We switch to RGB, Layers. Turn on the layer on which we have our future pattern on the fabric. Make it active. Go to the filter menu. We choose the distort and select the displays. After that, we have this window where we select values depending on our image. I have already set values for this image. The horizontal and vertical value is 100, but for other cases the values may be different. And for example, when you make a reflection effect, the horizontal scale is usually larger than the vertical one. Save the remaining settings and click OK. After that, the software prompts us to select a file that will serve as the basis for distortion. Select our displacement map, open, and that's what happened. But so far it doesn't look very impressive. But if we change the blending mode to overlap, then everything will become much more interesting. And look how naturally our pattern is overlaid on the fabric. You probably won't achieve such a perfect match in any other way. Although there are many ways to apply texture to fabrics, but there is one disadvantage here. After all, our drawing was much brighter initially. I would still like to make it brighter. To do this, I press Ctrl and click on the layer icon. I have a selection going on. I go to the foreground layer and press Ctrl+G. Thus, I have such a copy of our ornament. And now I'll desaturate this copy. Let me remind you, Image Adjustments, Desaturate, or Shift+Ctrl+U. And look, immediately our ornament became much more active, much more vivid. But there is some problem with the color. Firstly, you can change the opacity, and then the drawing will also change. You can also work with brightness and contrast, image adjustments, brightness and contrast. And for example, you can reduce or edit it as you like, depending on what you want to get. The pattern itself includes a gradient, so I have such transitions here in the middle. That is, you can adjust something here at your discretion. Well, for example, let it be so. You can change the opacity here too. Choose a layer with an ornament and go into Image, Adjustments, Color Balance, Ctrl+B. And for example, you can work here already with shades. You can edit yellow, adjust shadows too, edit red. Well, in general, here you can have fun for a long time, somehow by adjusting all the sliders. So I'll probably turn off this layer anyway, because it seems to me that it's still better that way. This is a fairly simple way, and with it you can create distortions of a variety of textures. As I said, you can for example create a reflection. You can try to do it yourself somehow. And I'm waiting for you to do this exercise. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Perspective correction. Hi guys, maybe you have already noticed that Photoshop has a lot of ways to work with perspective, and we have already considered some ways to work with it. Today we'll consider another way. It is vanishing point filter, and with it we'll do something interesting. So we have such a box, and we'll try to wrap it in a gift paper with the help of this filter. First we'll create a new layer, a clean layer. Then we'll choose a suitable texture for packaging. We need to select it and copy it. I press Ctrl+A to select the image completely and Ctrl+C to copy. Done. Back to our box and we select the vanishing point filter. Then we take a tool called Create Plane, and in fact we are now going to draw 3 planes along which our texture should be located. Click. We put the second point somewhere here. Approximately we put the third, and we put the fourth. We have the first plane ready. Now we need to do 2 more. I press the Ctrl key, and so pulling out another plane. Well, about like this. And now just move these dots on the corners, is in the place where we need it. So that's it for example. We will make more adjustments if necessary. I press Ctrl again and draw another plane, like that. Yes. Here of course we've gone a little far, so we'll fix it now. Our planes go a little beyond the boundaries of the box, but it's okay. We can fix it in the future. Okay, I just click somewhere within the area and move in such a way that everything is the way I need it. The box was shot with some distortion, therefore such a thing is formed here. But that's okay too. So here it is necessary to correct it. We'll pull out a little bit here, so that nothing sticks out. It's better that we remove the excess later. Everything is ready. Now we press Ctrl+V to edit our texture. it was added. But look, we have such a big one. Let's give it a try. Now I just click and move it. Look, I can now move the mouse and choose in which angle I will have all this placed on my box. And as you can see, the drawing just occurred the correct distortion. And here, for example, if you look, you can see that the bend occurs exactly as it would be if we turned the box in real life. That is, we get the correct image distortion, and by moving the mouse, I can pick up some kind of angle that I like more. Well, let's say I leave this option, and you can click OK. Here is our box. In principle, now, in order to make it more realistic, you can, for example, reduce the opacity. Then the box that was originally there will shine through, and the necessary pattern will appear. Or you can just change the mode, for example, to some other one. I will get a box like this. Here you can also remove all unnecessary things, using the polygonal lasso tool. I'm just selecting like this, and I press delete. That's it. If I don't like the option with the mode, but I still want to emphasize the edges of the box, then you can choose the normal mode. Edit a mask, take a brush, hold down the Shift key and draw the borders in the layer mask. My brush is semi-transparent, so I put the first point, the second, the third. I'm just trying to put a point exactly on the edge. So here it is also possible. The first point, the second. That's how you can draw the edges of our box. And it looks quite realistic. Here we have such an ordinary box, and it became a gift box. Consider another example. For example, we need to extend the drawing or the style to a large area. We are creating a new layer. It can't be done without it. By the way, the Smart Filter mode doesn't work for this filter. Select the Vanishing Point filter, and let's draw the plane that we would like to fill with the pattern that we have on the tile. Let's say. So from here, the first point, the second point, the third. So pay attention that the lines should be blue, because if they're yellow or red, it will mean that something is wrong. Well, that's it. So the line is red, so something went wrong. So the perspective is distorted. We can fit it like this. Red again, like that. Now we take the stamp tool. It may have a diameter that shows exactly what size of prints we will get. Also hardness, opacity, and the ability of adjust visibility. Here it is. We hold down the Alt key and select a sample. Click somewhere here, for example. And look, I'm transferring. So let's click somewhere else. For example, let me click here. And look, I can transfer this piece somewhere so that it fits and fill in the area I need. So here it is. And then I just click and see how everything within the boundaries of my image is evenly filled with the pattern I need. Well, but here it doesn't work anymore. You see, here we copy some extra sections that are completely unnecessary. That is, copying is not an option here. So I'll go back, of course. Here we can use a tool called Marquee tool. I can draw the area that I need to fill in, and it will develop in the perspective, which is nice right away. Then I choose the source and show the area I want to sample. And look how lovely it is. I release the mouse button, press Ctrl+D to remove the selection, and see how perfectly the tile fits in. Here we also have the brush tool, the eyedropper tool. With the eyedropper I can take a sample, and with the brush tool I can draw something. I draw like this, for example, and if I have luminance mode enabled, then you see the areas under the brush shine through. And if you just do that, it will be easy to draw some lines. Let's cancel it. With the ruler tool, we can measure. I could measure something. Here, for example, I can take and put the first point, and stretch, and put the second one. And here I have the distance shown, and also the angle at which I have this line is shown. It may come in handy someday, but I don't think it's a very common tool in the work. So we click OK, and here is the result of our work. That's what we had, and that's what we got. It is such an interesting tool. We learned another one today. By the way, it is possible to lengthen this rag, probably like this, so that somehow it is all the same. Well, you cannot lengthen it, and your homework today will be to create such a gift box This is task number 1. Well, the second task is to work with this style. That's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Lab Color. Hi guys! Finally we go to the LAB color space. This is an absolutely amazing color space, because its scope of colors not only exceeds the scope of colors in RGB, but even the capabilities of the human eye. This color space is able to reflect all the color richness of our world, and let's work with it. Everything that we will do with this color space is linked to the theme of the channels, and that is why we are considering this wonderful mod in this section. Let's remember that RGB color space has 3 channels, which are divided by colors. Let's see what we have in SMIC color space. There are 5 channels, which are distributed according to the colors of the SMIC. And now let's move on to the LAB color space and see what channels are there. So, image LAB color, and here are our channels. The name of the LAB, as in the previous mods, is formed using the first English letters of the channel's names. These are Lightens channel, channel A and channel B. The peculiarity of this color model is that colors and color adjustments are separated from tone and contrast. Thus, we can separately adjust and change the lightness and contrast, and at the same time the colors will not be affected. And we will not have any excessively saturated colors, or vice versa, any gray shades if we reduce the brightness, but it will be a harmonious correction. Lightness and contrast can be changed in the lightness channel, but channels A and B contain all the richness of color. Let's see what they look like. At first glance we don't see anything special here, but this is only at first glance. In particular, channel A contains the information about the entire range of colors, which is such a stretch from green to purple. It is red in the diagram here, but in fact, in reality, it is a colder purple shade. The channel B is a stretch of all colors, a gradient that represents the transition from blue to yellow, and in total, these 2 channels give just all the color diversity that is possible to imagine. Well, even the one that cannot be imagined. Let's go back to our car and look at channel A. Everything that is represented here in white. Everything that strives for the light as much as possible represents red shades. Everything that tends to black as much as possible represents shades of green. Well, the gray color shows some natural shades, because, as you remember, the gradient has such a gray area in the middle. Look, something close to gray is in the middle. And let's try to invert this channel. Ctrl+I, and let's take a look at our car. It became green. That is, the colors have changed places. Since channel A contains information about red and green shades, then inverting leads to a color change. That's how sometimes you can change the color of your image. Let's look at the second channel and take an image in which there is a lot of yellow. Let's take this sofa. We are transferring our image to the LAB mode. By the way, we can switch between LAB and RGB without loss of quality. LAB is used for additional work with color. And go to the channel A, and we see that here in general everything is quite gray, because it is the same as in the case of red and green. If we look at channel B, then more yellow there is in some areas. The lighter these areas are, the more blue, the darker these areas are, and what is neither yellow or blue looks gray, and that's what we see in channel A. And in channel B we just perfectly see our yellow sofa. Let's also try to invert it. Ctrl+I and go to the composite channel. The sofa has turned blue. Like that. And now let's try to do something more serious. I have already switched to LAB mode, and let's use the curves tool. Press Ctrl+M or open it through the menu. Here are our curves, and let's see how they differ from the curves that we used to deal with. Firstly, there is no composite channel here, as in RGB model, and each channel is represented separately. Thus, we can separately adjust the brightness, contrast or color components. Let's start with the color after all. If you listen carefully, then you probably remember that channel A contains information about red and green. Go to this channel, and to make it a little clearer, let's take a look at this diagram. Look how colors are distributed across the histogram. That is, we have purple and red shades on the right, and on the left we have shades of green, and the more saturated and purple shades are placed higher, and on the right. The greener shades are lower on the left. In the very middle of our histogram is the point, that means the transition of green to red. Here we don't have a gradient, but just arrows. But if we look at the gradient, you'll see shades, which are approximately in the middle of the histogram. So let's get back to our fruits. On the right we have red shades. On the left we have green shades. In addition, if we use an eyedropper in our image, then we see in which zone of our curve this or that shade is located, and we can already adjust it precisely. For example, I use it on grapes or leaves. We don't have bright green shades, so they don't go far from the center. If we use tool which looks like a finger, then we can directly target the zone that we want to correct. Here, for example, this one. And if I raise this point up, then you can see how much red shades are added. I'm not going to do it so radically, but just raise it up a little. And I'll lower the green zone a little, to make the green colors more juicy. You can also select a specific point in the same way. For example, you can choose the section of grapes, and use the arrows to lower it down. Well, that's too much. In general, it is better to work with arrows here, because they still give more subtle work. Now let's go to channel B and work with the yellow and blue shades. Well, first of all, I would probably add that yellowness, and I'll put this point, so that my curve doesn't move too much. Added yellow color, like that. And let's click on the blueberries, and slightly lower the curve down, and added saturated blue shades. Well, probably something like that. But now we can safely switch to the lightness channel and adjust the lightness here. Now it will be clearer to us how it looks like, and we can work with lightness here, as you like it better. Also, all the same principles with eyedroppers that we used in RGB mode work here. Take a look at what we had before and what we have now. That is a huge difference. It's just a dream of glossy magazines. So, maybe a little more. Okay, our picture has already become better, but we could also add more sharpness. To do this, go to the lightness channel, and here we can add a sharpness without the loss of quality that can occur when working in RGB. We find Sharpen Filter, Unsharp Mask, and add it a little. You can move the sliders, but I think that it is enough for now. Click OK, go to the LAB and see what we got. That was before we applied sharpness, and that's what we got after we applied it. I'm now switching in the history palette outside of the recording area, and now we have such a beauty. Just a dream of glossy magazines. And now let's see how we can use the LAB color model to edit a portrait. Let's switch to LAB mode, and let's go into the curves. We won't change the lightness now. I will switch to channel B, because I want to reduce the yellowness a little bit. We put this point here, which is our central point. And if you lower it a little towards the blue color, then yellowness is removed. That is, yellow shades are immediately removed. We can do this if we want to get rid of them somehow. Also, I could somehow change or emphasize the color of the eyes. So let's find this point. Here it is. And let's try to move it. I move lower, and the eyes become more and more blue. But at the same time, an extra yellow color is added. Therefore, of course, the yellow color could be dimmed with the help of this part of the curve. Let's go to channel A now, and I would like to make the girl's lips a little brighter. I find this point and lift it up a little. Well, the main thing here is not to overdo it, and it's worth fixing this piece here. For some reason, the arrows on keyboard doesn't work for me when I'm recording. It is better to use arrows on keyboard in order to have more delicate result. Well, let's raise it a little, so that there wouldn't be such a red color. Something like this. By the way, if we now return this point to its place on channel B, if we don't change the eye color so much, then we can make the eyes green on channel A. We can lower a curve. You can constantly switch between different channels, and you can add it there or here. wherever you think is more appropriate. And let's move on to lightness. And maybe we'll edit something here too. I'll stop there. Click OK. And let's compare how our portrait looked before our actions and how it looks now. That's what we had. And that's what we got. The girl immediately become more lively and natural. By the way, after you have done all the necessary work in the LAB mode, you can switch back to the RGB color model and continue your work there, if there is any need for it. And one more example. Often, when we take pictures, we see bright objects with saturated colors, and we think it's just great. But when we see our photos, for some reason, all this array of colors disappears. Unfortunately, the technical capabilities of the equipment doesn't always make it possible to convey everything that we actually see, but we can try to return all this beauty with the help of the LAB color model. Open it, and now I will show you a life hack. How you can return the colors and edit the maximum number of color shades to the photos. We'll need curves again. Let's start with channel B. Although it is possible to start with A, it is more convenient for me. We put a central point, then we raise this part as much as possible. That is, we added a lot of yellow. At the same time, of course, blue is added too. Then you can do here something like this, and then we select both of these points, pressing Shift key, and using the arrows on the keyboard, we move to the right. And look, blue shades that weren't visible before are shown, just like chalk. We didn't even know there was so much blue in this image. Then we go to channel A, put the center point and do the same. Bend our curve. See, red-purple shades are shown. We press Shift, select the central point and make several movements with an arrow to the right. By the way, you can also move it to the left. See what happens. You can choose an option that you like better. You can also go to the lightness color channel and refine a little bit here. Let's say you want to make a photo a little darker or lighter, but I probably prefer to make it a little darker and a little like this. Look, just like from a fairy tale. Compared to it, the original photo will seem black and white, as there are so little colors here. Such an extraordinary beauty. So, guys, all the color is hidden in the LAB color model. And let's get to the homework. Our first homework assignment will be to make these fruits juicy and delicious. Our second homework assignment will be to work on the portrait of this sweet girl and create such a fabulous architectural ensemble using the LAB mod. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Blur category. Hi guys, we still have some blur filters left, and let's look at them. Those blur filters, which we'll consider today, appeared in Photoshop quite a long time ago, and they are in a category called blur. That is, the blur gallery contains later filters, and just the blur category contains the filters that have been around for a long time, but some of them still relevant. Let's start with radial blur. To begin with, I will create a copy of the layer of this image. So, filter, blur, radial blur. And let's see how it works. Here, let's assume, in the initial state, it looks like this. It has a zoom and spin option. Let's first consider the spin. The greater the number and the thicker these lines are, which show the operation of the filter, the greater the impact of the filter will be. And so, for example, this is the result if you choose spin. As an exercise, we'll use another option, which is called linear. Here, in the same way, the thicker the location of these lines, the greater the impact of the filter. And we can move the center, for example. We can move it to the top, for example, like this. And we can reduce the blur itself. Let's say I make it like this. Click OK. And that's what I got. And now, in order to create the effect of movement in this car, I just apply a mask. Take a black brush and erase the effect of the filter on the mask where it shouldn't be. As a result, we got a very realistic effect of fast driving. For example, that's what we had in the beginning. It is a car that stands still. And now we have this picture with movement effect. The next interesting filter is called the surface blur. Unlike the unusual Gaussian blur, not all the pixels in a row are blurred. but pixels on a certain plane that is filled with some color, and the borders remain more or less clear, which makes very convenient to use this filter to remove noise in photos, and it can also be useful in retouching. Let's try it. I'm making a copy of the layer. You can also use a smart filter if you want. Then filter, blur, and select the surface blur. And look, when I increase the radius, the blur increases, but at the same time I keep clear lines. The lips are visible, the eyes are visible, the eyebrows are visible, and it doesn't get such a complete feeling of fog, as for example it occurs with other types of blurring. The lower the threshold, the clearer these boundaries are, and the higher it is, the more blurred the borders become, and the action of the filter becomes similar to the action of the Gaussian blur filter. Well, let's pick up some reasonable values. This is the threshold I will set, and reduce the value of the radius. That's it. Of course, some defects of the face are smoothed out, but the face occurs some plasticity and blurring. But it can be handled. This method will suit you if you need to do such a quick retouch. Not very pretentious, but with a good effect. Adding a layer mask. We take a black brush and remove the filter action, where it shouldn't be, reducing the opacity to emphasize a little skin texture. Okay, well, I think it can be done like this. Look what we had. The skin was like this, and now it looks like this. And now our task is to remove the filter action, for example, from the eyes, or from the hair, because, well, obviously it shouldn't be there, and maybe you can remove it from the lips. The brush can be done more transparent. Somewhere leave its opacity at 100%. Well, that's up to you. And so, let's compare. This is quite a decent result, considering the ratio, time, quality. And we are moving on. A more advanced version of this filter is called Smart Blur. Let's see how we can remove the noise with this blur. A copy of the layer is being created. Well, let's make a Gaussian blur in order to understand the difference. Blur, Gaussian blur. For example, if we want Gaussian blur, then we will get this effect, the overlay of frosted glass. If we zoom in on this image, we will see that the noise level on it is quite high. That is, these are the colored dots that we see. They are just called noise. And this is due to the fact that the shooting was done with very low quality camera, let's say. I want to remove this noise by blurring, but as you understand, with the help of a standard Gaussian blur, nothing good happens. We still need to preserve the paths of the image and not get a fog. Let's try to do it. Filter, Blur, Smart Blur. We select Manual Mode, and just like in the previous case, we choose the radius and threshold. The tool works more subtly here, and even now, when we zoom in, we can see that our dots have become much smaller. Let's click OK. That's it. Of course, this is not exactly the effect that we would like to get in the end, but still, if we go back to the source, we can see that the noise was most visible in the sky. Due to the fact that there are ripples on the sea, the noise is not so noticeable. Of course, this picture is far from ideal, but still we managed to improve it a little, and let's improve it a little more. And at the same time, let's remember the adjustment layers. I'll apply curves and just move these sliders here, in this way. It is a very uncomplicated correction in fact. Let's remember what we had in the beginning. Look at the amount of noise we had, and see what we got. As a result, the picture became much cleaner. The next filter is a lens blur filter, which allows you to create an imitation of shooting with different depth of field. In order to demonstrate the effect of this filter, I will create a mask on a copy of the layer, and now you'll understand why. I will fill it with gradient. Well, like this, from black to white. Then go to the filter, blur, and select the lens blur. So I got this picture, because I didn't switch to the layer and work directly with the mask. Therefore, I'll now cancel. I activate an image with the layer, make the layer icon active, and apply a lens blur. And that's what we got. It's quite an expected result, since we have a mask applied. By the way, the source is a mask layer, pay attention. But the trick here is that we can change the focal distance. Look, I'm moving the slider, and the blur zone is shifting. I can arrange it in some other way. You can even move it completely, but let's leave it like this. The radius allows us to edit or reduce blur. Here you can make it stronger. Well, I won't increase it so much, and I will click OK, And this is the result we have. Here is what we had, and what we have now. In general, the same result could be achieved with filters from the Blur Gallery group, namely with the Displace filter. But, as you know, in Photoshop, every action can practically be done in several ways, and you choose what is more convenient for you. And we are moving on. In principle, we have already reviewed all the main filters that may be useful to you. There are still a few filters which application is not so obvious. But still, I will say a few words about them. Let's start with a filter called Box Blur. Look, if we apply Gaussian blur, then the whole image is uniformly blurred. Well, somehow it is more convenient to compare it with Gaussian. Something like this. Let's apply a box blur. The difference is that the Gaussian blur becomes less active on vertical and horizontal lines, creating such a peculiar effect. That's what we get. Probably, if you use imagination, it can be used somehow. Next, blur filters. We have filters like blur and blur more. Well, in fact, they are practically useless. Now, if I choose blur, then it is very small. And you won't even see it, although it is there. If you apply the blur more, then it becomes a little more blurry, but it is still invisible to our eye. The next type is average. In this case, it turns out just the average color of the entire image. For example, if we take another picture, for example, this one, filters blur average, then we'll get a different color. But in this case, we have a layer with a mask. It has some opacity, but nevertheless, we got some color. Thus, we can just get some average color of our image. And let's see what else we have left. And we still have a filter called Shape Blur. It is implied that when we choose some shape from the shapes, which we can also create ourselves, then the blur will occur on these shapes. For example, if I choose a heart, then somehow its shape will be taken into account when blurring. Or I choose, for example, such a shape, then the shape also changes somehow. And if this is applied to the entire image as a whole, then in general nothing is visible. To be honest, despite all my efforts, I haven't been able to find any reasonable examples of using this filter. If you have any interesting ideas in this regard, I will be glad if you share them with me. The principle of operation of this filter, as I said, is to use shapes when blurring. And maybe someday you'll be able to apply it. We can give many more examples of usage of blur filters, but then our course will become completely endless. So let's move on to the homework. We are going to have several assignments today. The first is to create a motion effect on this image. The second homework task will be such a simple retouching with the surface blur. Then we'll take images of the sea as the third task and apply smart blur to it. Well, the fourth task will be to use the lens blur. Thus, as an exercise, you use only the most interesting filters from this category. The rest of the filters you just take note of. Try to apply them on your images. And it's all for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Lens correction filter. Hi guys, let's continue our conversation about distortion filters, fisheye and other effects. And today we are going to talk about a filter called the lens correction. With it, you can both remove various distortions and create them. Let's try to create one first. We will go to the filter and select lens correction. I have set the appropriate scale of the image so that it is convenient to work. And let's see what we can do. We can change the image both using the tools that are on the left and by changing the data that we have on the right. On the right we have an auto correction section, and there is a custom correction where the data will be entered manually. Since we have a normal image without distortion, then nothing happens when using auto correction. By the way, please note that the software immediately detects all the data of the camera that took this image. So, let's look at the tools first. The first tool allows us to create a fisheye effect. I'm now moving the mouse to the left, holding down the left key, or vice versa, bending it in the opposite direction. Well, that's what's going on. You can create a fisheye effect like this. The following tool allows us to align the image. I want to say that this is not at all an analog of a tool that allows you to align the perspective. Well, for example, your photo is a little crooked, and you need to align it. Then you just draw a line with this tool, and the image is rotated so that this line becomes vertical. You repeat one of the lines of your image, and it becomes vertical. But if you draw another line, the image will now rotate relative to this line. Thus, there is no such alignment that we did with you in the last lesson. Next, we have the grid tool, just the same, that allows us to align a picture. We can move it and somehow set it according to our image, so that it is convenient for us. Here, for example, I have now aligned it, put the grid in this way, and let's try using the alignment tools to straighten this wall. So I drew a straight line. And look, this line has aligned relative to the grid. Now let's do this one. And look, this line has straightened out, and the previous line has distorted again. This is exactly the difference between this filter and the filter that we studied last time. When I talked about the filter we studied last time, I mean adaptive wide angle. And now let's see how we can make all the same action in a slightly different way. Go to the Custom tab and look. By moving the slider, we can either create a fisheye effect when we move to the left, or conversely, the image will be drawn inwards. Well, it won't have a lot of effect here. By the way, let's just leave this fisheye effect. Let's have it. Next, we have a distortion, which is called chromatic aberration. Sometimes, due to some features of shooting not very good equipment, we have a colored border along the contour of our image. Unfortunately, it's not very possible to find such a poor quality image. So, let's artificially create this, so that you can see what it is. Look, I'm moving the slider now, and along the contour of the building I have this green border. This is a chromatic aberration. Now, if you get this defect, you need to remove it. Then, just with the help of the sliders, you can remove it. I press Alt and click. I return a scale that would be convenient to work with. And let's look at the vignette. The vignette allows us to darken or eliminate the edges. For example, I'm moving it here, and we have such an interesting effect that allows us to focus our attention on the central part of the image, or conversely, we can eliminate the edges. It seems to me that darken option is somehow better, and you can adjust the demin using the midpoint parameter. Well, suppose it's used me like this. The next parameter we have refers to the transform perspective. But I think we'll look at this in the next exercise. Here I want to show you the scale. Look, if we reduce it, you can see how our image has changed relative to the original one. Let's leave it as it is. We will assume that we have applied the effect. Click OK. And here is our image. We need to crop it a lot. That's it. At first the image was like this, but in my opinion we made it more expressive. And we got this image. And now let's use the same filter to try to remove the fisheye effect. Last time we did it using the adaptive wide angle filter, but depending on the composition of the image and on your personal preferences, it is sometimes more convenient to use the filter that we are going through now, called the lens correction. Here I have a check mark for auto scale image, and as you can see, to some extent, this effect was immediately removed. Let's go to the Custom tab and try to fix it manually. Let's start with the geometric distortion, with which we just created the fisheye effect. If you look at the icons, you can guess which way to move the slider. That's what happens. If we move like this, or like this, I think I will probably stop at this value. I have no aberration here. We won't touch the vignette either, but it is easy to notice that in addition to the distortion, which is called fisheye, there is clearly a distortion in perspective, and we will need to change the value vertically. Here probably we will still reduce it a little, so probably it will be more correct. So now let's move on here. Let's move on to perspective. In general we have a hint in the form of icons. It is clear that we need to move the slider here, which is what we are doing to align our perspective. You can even turn on the grid to see how well the alignment is going on. Let's do it like this. Well, I think that's the closest thing. Although of course, it's not perfect, so we can also move a little horizontally. Okay, I think that these parameters most correspond to a realistic image, although of course, it's not perfect, and you can still refine it, in some places, with the help of the adaptive wide angle, in order to have a perfect image. Well, here is what we got. If we make the scale smaller, then it is visible what we ended up with. Let's click OK and crop our image. There is nothing you can do about it. Some parts of the image with such a correction shall be cropped, and that's what we got as a result. Well, probably, in order to somehow improve the composition, you can still, I think, crop these edges a little too. So, compositionally, it will still be somehow more attractive. Like that. And let's compare. We had an image like this, and in the end, it turned out something completely different. Even perhaps, it is not immediately possible to guess that this is the same place. It is just a very big difference. We studied a lens correction filter, and today's homework will be firstly to create a fisheye effect and added vignette to it, and secondly to remove the fisheye effect so that the image becomes like this. This concludes today's lesson. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Smart Objects Mockup Part 2. Hi guys, we continue to study smart objects, and today we'll talk about their features and what else they can be useful for. Let's say we need to make an advertising layout of cosmetic products, and we have already placed all the elements we need in a file as a smart object, and now we need to make some changes in each of these objects. But the fact is that there are some limitations. When we work with a smart object, we can, for example, easily create a selected area and work with it. For example, I have now created a selected area on a smart layer and applied to it, for example, a hue and saturation. So, I change the saturation. Well, I will not perform this action. I will cancel it. Well, we can't use retouching tools, for example, or we won't be able to use drawing tools on the smart layer. And in order to use them, you need to either rasterize the layer, which doesn't always suit us, or do the following. We double-click on the smart object icon and our layer opens in a separate window. And for example, I would like to change the color of the lip. So, I will take a color replacement tool for this purpose. So, let's pick up some other color. So, that is different from the color that we have. Something like this. And so, I point on the lips, and the color changes. I hope you still remember how this tool works. So well, let's say my color is replaced. If I go to our main window now, you'll see that nothing has changed. But if I go to the window where I have only this layer open and press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+S, that is, it will simply save it. Then the changes will also reflect it in my file. Thus, if we need to make some changes on the smart layer, we click on the layer icon to do it in a separate window and save it. Now let's talk about this. Suppose we have some art object, we applied some filters, transformation, something else to it too, but then we need to insert another object instead of this object. Some similar object, perhaps, but different. To do this, we right-click and select Replace Content. And for example, instead of those shadows that I had, I will choose green shadows and click here, and those shadows that I had were replaced with new ones. At the same time, the size of the new object completely adjusted to the size of the object and its characteristics that we already had. By the way, you can apply adjustment layers to smart objects. For example, let's apply a hue and saturation adjustment layer, and so that it is not applied to the whole image as a whole, but only to the case with green shadows. Let's click this icon. Now we will have all these changes only on the layer with the smart object on which the green shadows are located, and we can change, for example, its color. Well, for example, let's make it like this. Well, let's assume that this is the color we want. Although it would be possible, of course, to somehow pick it up so that it's more harmonious with everything else. Well, suppose we leave such a color, so adjustment layers can be applied, since they don't directly involve the contents of what we have inside the container on the layer. Another interesting detail is copying. For example, we need to have 4 pieces, not 3. Take for example layer and copy, Ctrl+J in the usual way. And now the most interesting thing. The fact is that when we copy our layers in this way, the layer that is a copy completely clones the properties of the layer from which it was copied. Let's see how it works. Well, actually, let's divide them like this. Here at the bottom we have a copy layer, and at the top is the layer that we originally had. Select the layer that was originally and double-click on this icon. Well, for example, we will take here, and using the brush tool, let's say we draw something like this in the overlay mode. Well, such things. It happens sometimes. Click Ctrl+C. We go here and see that the changes have occurred not only on the layer we worked with, but also on its copy. And sometimes it is useful when, for example, you have 10 objects that are the same, and you need to make some identical changes to all of them. Let's go back, let's delete our copy layer, and let's try to make a copy in a slightly different way. That is, before that we copied as always with the help of Ctrl+G. The same thing would happen if we just dragged on this icon. And now we will do this. Click the right mouse button and select New Smart Dia Copy. And we also have a copy. Let's move it too. Let's go to the previous layer, which we had as the main one, and make some changes here. Again, take a brush and, for example, paint one half, like that. So we save with Ctrl+S. Switch to our main layer, and we see that our changes affected only the layer on which we worked. These are the features. And in order for your memory to better preserve all the information received, let's summarize a little. First, you can apply selection tools to a smart object, and you can apply adjustment layers. But in order to use, for example, drawing and retouching tools, such as liquify, brush, dodge, burn, stamp, and so on, you need to double-click on the Smart Layer icon. A separate window will open, in which you will make all the necessary changes. Okay, secondly, you can create copies of your smart objects. If you do it in the usual way, then the copy becomes a clone, and all the changes that you make to the source file will be reflected in the copy of layer. But if you don't want this to happen, then you right-click and select New Smart via Copy. That's it. You can also replace the contents of a smart object by right-clicking and selecting Replace Content. A file explorer will open, and you'll select the desired file. This option is especially interesting. It is used to create mockups, which we'll talk about now. So, what is a mockup? Mockup is a kind of template that you can use repeatedly and edit various images to it. At the same time, it will just adjust to the parameters you set. For example, in our case, we have a billboard. And let's say you are a designer, and you need to replace the contents of this billboard. But look, firstly, we have a transform here, and secondly, we may have some filters applied here. There is some text here that is also somehow transformed, and that's quite a lot of action. But you only need to change the image of a girl, for example. Please note that the layer on which the image of the girl is located is just a smart object, and you can just replace this girl with some other one. But in this case, it will not be enough to just click on the layer and choose to replace the content, because there is quite a lot of content here. The girl, the text, and the icon that you see below, and text are included here. Therefore, when we have a ready-made mockup, which by the way you can download from the internet, there are a lot of them. If you type download mockup for free, then you'll find all kinds of designer products, for any packaging, for t-shirts, for anything. So double-click on the layer icon. But we will not edit fonts. This is irrelevant to us now, and here we can just edit some other images and make some changes. And everything we do will be reflected in our original picture. Let's take this image and replace it with this one. I copied it, and now I'll just put it above the layer with the girl we had before. So the image we have is quite large. We'll place it there now, the way we like it more. Well, I'll do it like this. So click Enter. Next, look, we have an adjustment layer here. We can turn it off if we don't like the effect it creates, or reduce its opacity. All the words or the text are presented separately, and we can somehow move them. For example, we can take and hide the word design if we don't need it. And the other two words we can, for example, reduce. Well, for example, I will do this. Okay. Then we'll take this icon and move it, for example, here. That is, you see, we have made quite a lot of different changes. So, this can be aligned to the right. I hope you still remember how it is done. So I have probably reduced the icon, and I will move it, like that. Well, here let's say it is done. We press Ctrl+C, and we move on to our poster. And look what we have got. Our picture fits perfectly into the parameters we set. In general, this is a very useful thing, especially for practicing designers. I hope that you have already realized how useful smart objects can be to us. And the homework today will be, firstly, to repeat the actions that we did with this image to fix the operations that I showed you. That is, to deal with copying layers, with tools which you can use on layers, with smart objects, with the way you can replace one object on the other, and also make your own billboard design for your street. That's it for today. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Smart Objects, Part 1. Hi guys, we have already talked about smart objects once, and it's time to talk about them in more detail. A smart object is a kind of container in which we sort the contents of the layer, and there it remains unchanged, despite all the transformations we make. Let's see how it works in practice. So I took the same image and placed it on two layers. At the same time, we have one upper layer represented as a smart object, and the other one is like a normal layer. And let's try to reduce the image. We switch to the layer that we have presented as normal and apply the free transform mode. Reduce the image to a very small size. Here it is in the corner. Now we move on to the second layer. We do the same, reduce it. And now let's try to return the image to its original state. We select the layer without a smart object and stretch our image. Well, look what happened. And now we take the second one and we also increase it. As you can see, we haven't made any changes. The quality hasn't suffered, and this ability to maintain image quality despite the transformations performed is the most important advantage of a smart object. Because, for example, when you make a collage, you put some object in your work. You, for example, reduce it. But in the course of your creativity research, you suddenly discover that the size should be larger. So, what's next? You need to separate the object from the background. Maybe to refine it. That is, a lot of problems. The same thing can happen when you work with a customer. You prepare some kind of layout for a long time, and some of the elements in it are represented by a fairly small size. And it seems that initially the customers were satisfied with everything. But then customer says no, I would like to do it bigger. But it doesn't work anymore, because the quality is lost, and you need to separate the very complex object from the background again, for example, in order to put it back into the layout. Well, in general, it is a complete inconvenience. I hope that I have explained you all the need to use smart objects for at least this reason, not to mention that it is more convenient to work with filters using them. Well, we'll also see some advantage during the study of this section. And now, let's look at all the possibilities of converting a layer into a smart object. Let's make a small collage of photos of a young couple. So, we take the first photo, put it in our file. And look, before I start reducing the photo, I will convert it into a smart object, because maybe I would like to enlarge it again. I click the right mouse button and select Convert to Smart Object. You already know this method. Then you can use Free Transform, swap layers, and the photo is a smart object. That is, at any moment we can return it to its original state. Another option, we can open the file and select Open as a smart object. Then we select the second photo and select Open. And now it has already immediately opened as a smart object, but however in a separate file. We copy it and put it in our file. We reduce and adjust the size. And let it be like this, for example. And one more option. We just open the Explorer, select the photo we need, and drag and drop into our file. Click Enter. And at the moment our photo was transformed into a smart object. Now you can click on the counter and reduce the photo at your discretion. Let's do it like this. But this may not always work out for you. It all depends on the settings. Therefore, if suddenly this method doesn't work for you, then you need to go to Edit, Preferences, select the general ones, and make sure that you have the checkboxes Resize Image during place, and always create smart objects when placing. If you don't have these ticks, then put them on click OK. They are already set for me. And let me put another photo in the same way. For example, this one. Don't forget to press Enter before you start reducing. We customize the size. Well, I adjusted the size a little. Let's enlarge this photo a little more. Our romantic collage is almost ready. You can see in the process of work, we can safely reduce and enlarge photos, and absolutely not be afraid for their quality. I hope you can easily repeat this work by placing photos as smart objects, using different methods. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Batch processing. Hi guys, actions are of course a cool thing, and they allow you to greatly speed up the image editing process. But there is something else. Let's say you need to process not 5 or 10, but maybe 100 or even 1000 or few thousands images, and in this case even the action will not make your work efficient enough. But in this case Photoshop has invented batch image processing, and now we'll get acquainted with it. Let's say you have a series of images taken in the same style. Perhaps you are a photographer or you are a designer and have received a series of images to form a catalog. And here are all these images. There are a lot of them. You need to process in the same style. In this case, you must first create an action and then apply batch processing. Now we will take photos of these girls. Of course, it can be absolutely any number, even 100,000, if you have enough space on your computer. And we'll try to process them simultaneously with the help of an action. I will show you two ways today. Now we will consider the first one. We will choose some girls. We will open it. Although it wasn't necessarily to open it. We will go into the file, select the script and select the image processor. Then we select the parameters we need. To begin with, we choose to use open images or include all subfolders. If you have any other subfolders that you need to use, then in this case, yes, you should check the box, and we'll simply select the folder in which we have the images that we'll process. So, here is my folder. I choose a portrait of a woman. Here it is selected. Let's move on. This operation allows us to save the image in the same place. This means that another folder with a name will be created inside your folder. For example, if we save, and new images will be placed there. Or we can choose some other folder. In this case, we choose the location where our files will be saved, a pre-created folder, and then the images will be saved there after processing. But I will leave the save in the same location, so as not to create too many folders. Next, we choose the file type when we work in Photoshop. Most likely, after we have created the action, our file will be in PSD format, and in principle, we can save it in the same format. But if we need to save in JPEG, then we can do it right away, or we can save as a TIFF. Let me remind you that TIFF files don't lose their quality. So, we have chosen the folder we'll work with, and we have chosen where the images will be saved after processing. We have chosen the format in which they will be saved, and now we choose the operation that we will perform. If you click here, then you can choose either actions that you created yourself or downloaded from somewhere, or choose, for example, operations or effects for images that go by default. I hope you still remember, we looked at them once. I will choose them and choose horizontal fading. Well, of course, you choose what you like. By the way, I also forgot to say, if you check the box, change the size, then we can also set the image size in height and width. So everything is ready, and I click Run. Now the photo editing process has started. Let's go into the folder and see what happened. So we have a folder, a woman portrait. We are going to click on it now and look. A folder called JPEG really appeared in it, and there are photos that we processed. This is how they look after processing. Let's still see how these images look closer, so that we know how this effect looks like. And now we'll look at another way that allows you to do the same thing, but with a slightly different action. I have a series of portraits, and let's make them black and white using batch processing. There is one feature in the operation that we will use now. It is absolutely necessary to register the saving and closing of the document. We need to do it so that during photo processing, Photoshop doesn't ask you after each photo about saving it, and so that After completing everything that needed to be done, the photo is closed. Let's create a simple action in order to see how it will look. So, we will make this photo black and white. We need to create a new action. Therefore, I am now clicking on this icon. I will create a new operation. Then we'll desaturate the photo with a Shift plus Ctrl plus U. Well, let's have something bigger. Let's apply curves. I won't bother now with the adjustment layer. I just correct it a little. Well, let's say like this. In principle, it's not important for us now to have a special effect. We just need the process itself. After that, we save. Select Save the file. Choose some place to save it. And close our file. Be sure to close the file. After that, you see, in our operation there is both Save and Close. We click the Stop Recording icon. And now we will proceed directly to batch processing. I have opened the photo, and now we will proceed to batch processing of remaining photos. To do this, we'll go to the file, Automate, and select Batch Processing. Next, we select the set in which we have our operation. Somehow it got into such a set, but it doesn't matter. In principle, I have it active now. So the computer immediately determined that this is an operation in the black and white. Now select the source. We have this folder. There may be other operations. Select the desired folder. Next we have several parameters. Override action open commands. We don't check the box, because we don't have such a command now in our list of commands for our operation. We don't have any subfolders. Suppress file open options dialogs. This applies to processing of raw files, because when you work with them, an additional dialog pops up in the window, and so that this doesn't happen. You can check this box. Well, we don't have a raw file. Suppress color profile warnings. This has to do with all floating windows regarding the mismatch of color profiles. Of course, it's better to know about errors right away. Therefore, we set Stop for errors. That is, we have now chosen where we take our image from. Now we choose where we'll save the result. The same thing. Select the folder that you need. So, it is selected. Next, we check the override action, Save as Comments. It must be done because that's how Photoshop understands that we need to save to the location we specified. And if you don't check the box, then after processing each document, the software will ask you to save. Below we leave everything as you see, and click OK. So we started processing. Our photos flashed by, and soon they will be ready. It's all. We open the folder we created, and here they are, in all their glory. The photos processed by us. So, there are two ways to quickly process many images in Photoshop. You can choose the method that you like best. Of course, you can choose an action that you like, not necessarily black and white, not necessarily the same as we used on the girl, but the ones that you like best. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Editing and uploading actions. Hi guys, the editing that you see now was created using an action. And today I want to show you how you can install and edit ready-made actions that you can download from the internet. And now you will see that it is not difficult at all. To do this, you need to download action from the internet. So let's assume that we have chosen some kind of action. We'll go into it, look at the preview, download it, and the archive is downloaded. This archive needs to be unzipped, and we will perform further actions directly in Photoshop. I choose an action set for toning, and let's see how it can be installed. To do this in the Operations palette, you need to click on this sign and select Upload Operations. After that, you select the folder where your action is located. Choose it. Well, here I have it, and click Upload. Here I have a folder with my action. If you expand this folder, you can see that it contains a fairly large number of different effects. In each effect, we see an enumeration of the actions that have done. You can minimize it so that it is more convenient. We see a whole list, among which we can choose the effects that we need. Well, for example, I really liked the Schindler option. Choose Schindler. Click the Start button, and we get this effect. Let's expand it. here we have a list of actions that we have done. And if suddenly you need to make some kind of adjustment to the settings that were created in the section, then you can already go specifically to the action that interests you and make some changes to it. Before making changes, let's go back to the original image. And for example, I will go into a line called Make Layer Adjustment. I can change something here. Well, for example, I can change the blending mode or something else. And let's run our action again with these changed characteristics. And that's what happened in this case. A completely different result. Thus, if you understand the meaning of the actions that are in this or that action, you can adjust them and create your own variations of the work of this action. But I will return to the original position, because in general I liked how this action works. So let's return the image to the original version too. In addition, you can edit some other actions of your own that weren't provided for in this action initially. That is, firstly, you could change them. Secondly, you can create your own. Right now I have this particular action active. I can select a record and perform some other action. Let's try to apply, for example, flares. Here we will have such a flare. Okay, look, I have added the flare action. Moreover, I can transfer this action to any place of this action. That is, now I have it at the end. But if I want this action to be performed not at the end, but for example at the beginning, then this can also be done. Well, let's finish recording first. So, look, I just take the flare and drag it to the place I see fit. Like that. Then I can run the action. And I'll already get such a result, based on the action that I downloaded. Let's try to apply the version we created with this action on some other image. Let's take this photo and apply the action. I press start. Sometimes we have warning windows, like this. But that's okay. You can just click continue and everything will be fine. This may be due to the fact that the action was originally made in the English version. This is the result. If we want to delete actions that we have added to the action, we simply select this action and drag it to the trash. It's all gone. Today we have a small lesson, and let's move on to the homework. I suggest you download an action to your taste, apply it to a photo, and add to it perhaps some additional actions of your own. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Action creation. Hi guys, sometimes we need to edit a large number of images in the same style. For example, you have shot a whole series, and you need to increase the contrast or add the sharpness or something else in all the photos. In this case, action creation can help you. That is, recording a certain sequence of your actions, which you can apply to different images. And also, action creation can be useful if you have found a very interesting way to tint in a photo or some other interesting processing, and you want to keep it for yourself in order to be able to use the technique that you came up with in the future. Or for example, you found some interesting lesson on the internet. You can, in the same way, while doing the lesson, record the entire sequence of your actions directly in Photoshop, and in the future, to reproduce this effect, you just need to press one button. And all this with the help of a function called action. By the way, you can also download action from the internet and apply it to your images. The point of action creation is that you record a certain sequence of your actions, so that in the future you can apply it to a single photo and process a large number of photos at once. And to do this, you literally need to make a few mouse movements, and you can go drink tea, while 5,000 photos are processed in one style. Well, maybe it will happen faster than you finish drinking your tea. First, let's find out where we have these actions. We need to open a window, select Actions, and you'll have a palette of actions. There are already some actions that were created by Photoshop developers for our convenience, and we can use them. In order for everything to look the same for us now, let's go here and choose Restore Actions. Okay, this is how the action looks at the moment when you first open this palette. There are already selected some processing options that you can use. For example, if we want to use one of the actions, we select the action we need. Well, for example, the colors of the quadrant, and click this arrow. After that, our photo is processed in the style of quadrant colors. Please note that we have made some changes in the layers palette as well. That is, we made only one movement, clicked the mouse once, but we had a copy of the layer made. And then some processing was also done. If you click on this arrow, then we will see a list of all the actions. You see, a lot of them were made in order to process this photo in this way. And we will strive to do the same. That is, we will do a certain sequence of actions, and it will be recorded. And in the same way, by clicking once with the mouse, we will be able to reproduce it. Let's go back through the history to the source. Let's see what we can do with our image. For example, we can select a gradient map. Click the arrow, and we will have such a toning. And pay attention, in the layers palette we have a gradient map layer. And if we expand it, we'll also see the entire sequence of actions that was performed. The sequence occurs by default with the settings that were set, which were originally set when creating this action, but perhaps we'll want to change some of the settings somehow. Let's go back through the history to the source. Let's go back to the gradient map and put this icon here, and run it again. Now look, Photoshop asks us a permission to perform this action. For example, you could now go to the second action to create a new layer of the gradient map. Well, for example, change the opacity and the blending mode. Set multiply. OK, then the next action. We can also make some changes here. For example, like this. OK, and as a result, we got a completely different toning. Thus, this icon here allows us not just to perform all actions automatically, but to make some other adjustments to them. Of course, all these actions that you see now are not all actions that developers offer us as ready-made actions. I will go back to the original one again. Go to the Actions palette. Click here and take a look. Here we have some other actions that we can edit, in addition to those that we see right away. You can choose what you like. Let me choose the effects for the image. Look, I have opened such a large folder in which there are many different effects that can be applied. For example, and I'll get this effect. Probably not bad for creating different winter photos. And cancel this effect. I cancelled this effect, and I want to show you that you can use not only one action for one photo, but we can perform several actions in order to get the effect we need. For example, to begin with, I choose I click. I have this kind of processing going on. Then, for example, I choose and click again. I had this kind of processing. Then, for example, I choose click again. And as a result, I got such a creative photo. Of course, you can choose any option that you like and do some processing of this photo. And now let's try to create our own action. To do this, we need to click on this icon. We'll create a new set. Here is what we saw before this effect, and we can create any number of such sets. So we have a set in which we will put our actions, and now we will make our first action. Click this button and set the name of our first action. If you want to invoke this action later with one key, then you can choose the key with which you invoke it. You can also set some color to make it easy to find this action later. Let's say red. So the most interesting moment comes. We are starting recording. Click the record button. Here you see the warning, but we won't need the cut command in this case. So we will agree. But in principle, if you have any concerns about this, then you can of course not show it. In principle, to be honest, you don't use keyboard shortcuts when I use actions. Look, we have a red light on, and this means that we have started recording. But it doesn't just go on all the time, but it goes on when we perform some actions. So, first I will create an adjustment layer called Channel Mixer. Here I have created it. Please note, immediately I had an action called Make an Adjustment Layer. In this adjustment layer, I go to the blue channel and I set the settings. As a result, I got such a tinting. But I will not stop there, because we still have such a multipass. So we will choose another adjustment layer, and this time it will be gradient map. Here I will choose the transition, like that. Let's change the blending mode to soft light. Please note that all my actions are reflected in the actions palette. The tinting is ready for. And now I want to create a composite layer and edit noise, and then filter, noise, edit noise. OK, like that. Such processing. Look, it is recorded. If we think that our work is completed, click on this icon. Everything is ready. Our action is ready. Let's take another look at the layers palette. Look, here we also have all our actions. If you go to the history palette and see what our image originally looked like, then it was like this. And we did this kind of processing. At the same time, we recorded this processing as an action. And for example, I would like to apply this processing now to other photos. Let's try it. Let's see what our effect will look like if we apply it to this photo. Go to the Actions palette. We find our toning that we have created and click this arrow. And literally, instantly processing takes place. Let's try another example. Let's take this photo and just click on the arrow in the same way. Processing is ready. It is very simple. And imagine you are going through some kind of difficult lesson where there are a lot of some effects, different settings, some nuances, but you really like this processing and you are just in the process of doing some kind of lesson from YouTube. You just turn on the recording beforehand and all your actions are recorded. And then, even if you lose this lesson and after a while you want to reproduce what you liked, you can easily do it. But to do this, you need to save. To do this, select the tin folder in which your operation is located. Click here and choose Save Action. After that, you can save your action to any place that you like. Create some kind of folder and save it there. If you install Photoshop or you want to send the action you created to someone or put it on the internet, you will have to save it this way. That is, you can click Just Save and that's it. There is already one in the folder you have selected. Your action already exists and you will have it in your Actions palette. And if you want to return this action to your palette again later, then you choose Upload Actions. I hope this is understandable. Let's move on to the homework. The first task will be to use ready-made actions and create some kind of processing of this image at your discretion. The second homework task will be to create an action, like mine, maybe another one, it doesn't matter. You choose the processing style that interests you. You record this as an action and process 3 photos. If you want, you can choose 3 of your photos, because well, maybe you come up with something that doesn't fit these photos very well. In general, I am waiting for your work. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you next time. Images print. Hi guys, let's say you took a wonderful photo and edited it in Photoshop. And now you want to print it. You want to print out the results of your creativity. It's not difficult, but still you need to know some nuances here. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that now we'll only talk about home printing of images, because when it comes to printing images on an industrial scale, this is a completely different story. This requires a separate special training and specialists who are trained. They are called prepress specialists, but we'll not touch this difficult occupation, but we'll talk exclusively about home printing. In addition to the printer, you'll certainly need photo paper, if you want your images to be really high quality printed. It can be different, it can be matte, it can be glossy, it can be of different thickness. And if you have a good printer, that implies high quality color printing. Then in this case, various paper options that you will need to choose will be displayed in the print settings. The printed images may differ in color from what you see on the monitor. There are several reasons for this. Firstly, of course, the images always looks bright on the monitor, simply due to the fact that it is highlighted. But there are other reasons. The monitor doesn't always reflect the colors as they are, and in order for it to reflect them perfectly, it is necessary to calibrate the monitor. If it becomes necessary, then you need to use the services of a specialist for this. In addition, you can configure a special profile, so that the printer and monitor work as if in a single bundle. But even so, when you change the photo paper, the image will be slightly different. In general, this is a very subtle science, but don't be scared, not everything is so scary. As a rule, the images are still quite good, and we are talking now about how to achieve absolute identity between the image on the monitor and the image on the printed photos. Let's say we would like to print this image. What do we need to do for this? By the way, I want to remind you that you need to add a sharpness just before you are going to print. That is, at the very last stage. So, everything is done, and we are going to print. The image resolution is very important. And if we print a small photo, for example, 10 by 15 or 12 by 18 or even A4 format, then we need to set the resolution to 300 pixels. but starting from A3 format and then A2 and A1, we can reduce the resolution and set it, for example, 150. Remember, the larger the size of your image, the smaller the resolution should be. If you make, for example, a huge 3x6 banner, then the resolution may even be 50 pixels. Of course, the print quality in this case will be worse, technically worse, but after all, no one looks at such large images for a close distance, and from a distance there will be no quality flaws. And if you try to save 300 pixels per inch for a very large image, then the file may simply be heavy and huge, and it will simply be impossible to work with it. Let's go back to our image and see what resolution we have here. Image, the size of the image, and that's what we have. We have a resolution of 300 pixels, and at this resolution, without loss of quality, we could print this image 62 by 41 centimeters approximately. And now let's try to change the resolution. Now let's set the resolution to 50 and return the width value. And see how the options of printer size have changed. Almost 2.5 by almost 4 meters. Here is an interesting trick. But I will not apply these changes. I will click cancel. This is how we could prepare our photo for printing in a very large format. And now let's see how we can prepare the same photo for printing in size 10 by 15. To do this, we'll use the crop tool. We choose it. Next in the settings, select the width and height or the resolution. So we will have 150 in width, 100 in height, and a resolution of 300 pixels. That's how our image has shrunk. And this is how we can prepare a whole series of our photos in order to take them to the printout, if we don't do it at home. And we can do this size reduction operation as an action and perform batch processing. Like that. If you want to save the settings that you have set for the crop tool, then you can go here, select a new crop set parameters. Well, let them be like this, and click OK. After that, you will have a new crop set, which you can use, and you won't need to re-enter all this data. And now finally, we will send our image to print. File and choose print. After that, you'll have a dialog box for your printer settings. This dialog box will look different, depending on which printer you have installed. Here you choose the printer that you have. Set the number of copies of the vertical or horizontal image. I have horizontal. And adjust print options. I don't have much here, but if you have some good photo printer, then you'll have a lot of settings. You'll specify a portrait or landscape. You'll select the type of paper you'll be printing on. There you'll see just a huge list of photo papers. Well, you'll see various other settings there too. After that, we press print, and all our images begin to print. We have reached the finish line, and now your images are already being printed, and our course is coming to an end. I sincerely wish you don't stop and go on to the top of Photoshop. It was Peter Romanov and AIM School. See you soon.